You built a monster. No breath, no heartbeat, just static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never
Well, hello there. Welcome to the second stream of the day of the new patch. I'm having some celebratory wine because that's what I do. I drink and I know things. 2 points for anybody in chat who can name that show or where that came from. So today, or tonight, round 2, depending on where you are. It's going on almost 11 a.m. here. We're going to be jumping back into Project Motor Racing, and we're going to be stress testing the AI. I've noticed there's a lot of updates to this patch. And one thing I like about the patch notes is they're very technical. They're not vague, but they're almost too technical. But I would rather have too technical and be like, you know what? That sounds important. Then that sounds vague, you know? So that being said, though, there's a good amount of updates here. I've seen a lot of fixes. I actually did a couple of solo runs here and there just to like kind of really focus on the game and not so much the live stream. And I did notice they fixed a lot of graphical bugs too. For example, it still does it, but it's not nearly as bad. And that is, I noticed like a lot of the pop-in you see, especially now, I don't know if any of you guys are PC gamers. On console, it is what it is. Your graphics are going to be your graphics. But on PC, I noticed on the absolute max graphics, which is what I play on, I noticed there was still some pretty aggressive shadow pop-in. So the textures and all that stuff would render pretty far away, but the shadows would render pretty close to you. So it was almost jarring. Like you could see your car moving down the track, and you could see the shadows filling in as you get real close. It looks like that was also included in the patch, where that now happens much further away, so it's not nearly as jarring. So that was something that while it had no effect on gameplay, for me personally, was a visual sort of something that distracted me to pull me out of what I was doing, to the point where I could actually turn off shadows, and turning off shadows makes the game look terrible because shadows make realism. But lack of shadows completely just wouldn't distract me, I found. It just looked like I was playing an ancient video game. But now it looks like they fixed that bug too. So the AI is, as you said, Devil's King. The AI improved massively, and yes, they did. So I'm actually going to be doing a lot of testing with them tonight, where I throw 100... Because I put up a video earlier today from my stream before that of me testing the Nürburgring Group 5 class with 75% AI, and it was great. It was great because they drive, they defend. They don't defend aggressively, but like if they see that you're taking their lane, they let you have it, you know. And I'm okay with that, because while that might not be perfect, it's 100 times better than what it was before. So I'm going to test it on 100% now to see if that also scales their aggression, because that's one thing I did notice about this game that a lot of other sims, or I shouldn't say a lot of other sims, but some other sims have, like AMS2. AMS2 has like essentially a strength or a skill set slider, which is the percentage, which was what this game has, but it also has an aggression slider, and it also has a mistakes slider. So essentially you can... I like to make the AI act as human as possible, which means they make mistakes. So I like to max out the human error, essentially, portion, and make it so they make a lot of... or I shouldn't say a lot of mistakes, but they make mistakes. And also max out their aggression, and then I adjust skill set based off of how I'm feeling that day, or how much I want to try, essentially. You know? But ultimately, I found that aggression and mistakes make them feel more human. So I'm sure that will be added later. I'm sure the AI is not done, but here's what I can tell you. Prior to today's patch, I had no interest in playing this game from a AI standpoint. I really enjoyed the online play, and I really enjoyed solo play, because I'm a big fan of, like, if the track is fun and the car is fun, I can do solo time trial stuff all day. It's fun to me. I can't do it in GT3 stuff because those cars are boring, and I'm going to keep hammering that home, and I know that's going to piss people off, but I don't care. It's my opinion. I think they're boring. Which is why I think this game has a huge place in the market, especially being cross-platform. But aside from that, it's bringing so much more to the table than your typical Me Too cars, like the GT3 stuff. So, anyway, we're going to be testing the AI tonight, and I'm also going to be testing some other things too. But for the most part, I think it's funny. I talked about this earlier on stream. The bigger number better mentality to, like, that's almost like a marketing tactic, where they went from 1.0 to 1.500 because big number for day one patch. And I don't know what that patch did because I didn't play it before the patch, but based off what I saw, it didn't do a whole lot. However, this patch went from 1.5.0.0 to 1.5.0.1. And that tiny little decimal point completely changed the way this game runs. So I saw a couple people out there just looking for excuses to why this patch didn't do anything, and it's like, you're just... at this point, you should just stop. You're rage baiting, and there's not going to be any convincing you that this game will ever be good, because you're either your hands are tied with something else and you don't want to say, or whatever the case is. But I play a lot of video games, and here's the thing. I am what you call a die-hard casual. And you're like, huh? It's a bit of an oxymoron. I agree. So, I love video games. I play the hell out of all video games. But there are days when I want to grind and I want to try hard. And there are a lot of days where I just want to get on, relax, and have some fun, because video games are supposed to be fun. And this game checks the fun box much more aggressively with that Sharpie than every other sim. Like, that's why I don't play iRacing, because it's a try-hard game. If you're getting onto iRacing for casual, lollygagging racing, and not really focusing on progressing yourself as a racer, iRacing doesn't really have much of a place for you, in my opinion. But that being said, that's not to hate on iRacing. Everyone has their place, and I do believe this game has its place. I just hope that the day one and all of the bandwagon YouTube hating didn't hurt this game in a long term, because this game is going to be eventually... I can already tell you, with what this patch did and how quickly they did it, it's only going to get better, and I think it's going to get better a lot faster than people think it is. I wasn't expecting this patch to be this good. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't. I'm like, all right, well, that says they address some AI stuff. Let's see how the AI feels. Oh, so what you're saying is you just fixed the broken code that someone fat-fingered in the original coding. So yeah, much improved. They will defend decently too. I got this game specifically for the GTO class and the NGT class, so GT3 doesn't interest me. Then this game is perfect. I don't know if you have the DLC yet, and I'm not going to push spending more money on this game in its current state, but I can tell you the Group 5 class, the BMW in the Group 5 class might be my favorite car to drive in this game, and that's saying a lot because I'm a huge 787B fan. The Group C class is incredible to me. So, I'm going to boot the game up quick. Also, too, if you're new to the channel and you've never been here before and you do like what you see, only if you like what you see. If you don't like it, I'm not going to tell you to like it. But if you do like it, click the like button, and maybe if you want to see more of it, hit the subscribe button. But I will say, the YouTube algorithm, it's been a couple years since I was active on YouTube. So if you notice of my subscription count versus my recent view count, it's because I changed what I was putting on YouTube. I used to do primarily motorcycle related content, and that's how I grew this channel. And it's wild how YouTube has changed, especially like long-form content. Long-form content doesn't get pushed to anybody, not even subscribers. It's kind of crazy. So it's one of those things where, like, and I hate to say it because everybody says this, but it's the truth. If you want to be notified when I go live, when I upload a video, you have to hit the bell and you have to make sure it's just on all. Because when I want to get notified of any channels that I follow, I have to set it to all. And then it's pretty good. YouTube will notify me on my phone that the person just went live. They just uploaded a video. Because I only do that for channels, obviously, I want to see their content. And they're pretty consistent with content that I want to see. Every other channel I have muted, so that way I can watch it at will. But I'm on YouTube a lot, so for the most part, you get views out of me. Pre-order the whole package. I have them all. Well, in that case, you'll like Group 5. In fact, that's actually what I'm going to start with. What you see on screen here is the BMW. This might be my favorite car to drive. So, I'm going to warm up with my second favorite track in this game, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. And then we'll go on the Nordschleife later. I did test the hypercars earlier. Here's the problem with testing the hypercars. I don't like the hypercars, and I don't use them in any sim. So I can absolutely test them, but my feedback is going to fall on deaf ears because I don't use them in any other sim. And anytime, like, for example, I'll jump in one in AMS and I go, yeah, these cars feel like hypercars. I don't know. They don't have a lot of suspension travel. I like cars where you feel the suspension. You have to fight the suspension. You can dial the suspension. I know you can do all that on those cars. It's just, I don't know. I'm not that into them. So I could absolutely test them for you, but I'm not the guy to tell you if they're good or bad in this because I don't like them. So I don't use them in other sims. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump into this. I'm going to, just to warm up, I'm going to test the AI at 75%, and then I'm going to bump the AI up to 100% and see how it changes and if it challenges me, because I want to say I'm 1-1 with winning this race, because obviously I don't have qualifying on, so I start in the back of the pack. And I was able, one race I won in first place, another race I ended up spinning out and I came in 5th. So I want to see if I can get in front of them in one race, and then I'm going to bump the AI up to 75%, or sorry, to 100% and test that out. Whether I like it or not, check it out. All right, I'll give it a shot in a bit. I'm going to be on here for a few hours, so. I like the Capri in Group 5, but I'm currently trying to tame the Porsche. The Porsche is, for that class, is crazy fast in a straight line, but it does nothing else good. It's the worst car in the class from a driving standpoint, in my opinion, but it has a lot of straight line speed. So let me put this over here. And as always, for all of these cars, to further challenge myself and also have more fun, because it's a lot more fun, we're using the handy dandy H pattern. So we're not using it as a sequential, we're using it as an H pattern. It's just fun. And plus, I drive H patterns in real life, so I don't have a sequential in real life. And the paddles are fine, but I save the paddles for cars that are more modernized, and I have my, you know, my GT wheel here. There we go. That I use, obviously, with paddles. I don't use the H pattern with my GT wheel. I use it for my round wheel. And I do have a pretty nifty Sparco wheel coming to replace the Simagic base wheel here. I'm already warm, and all I've done is talk. So I think I got to take the hoodie off and get down to brass tacks. So hold that thought. Try the GT3 Aston Martin. Alright, I'll give that a shot at some point as well. I'll do that for you. I fail with a smile with the Porsche. Okay, so I want to check. Alright. Here we go. Oh, mama. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, and then fixing the penalty system is huge. It's no longer, like, just painfully bad. Like, it was painfully bad. Like, the penalty system combined with the AI was rough. Yeah, I'm already in 8th place, so 75% is just not enough, unfortunately. Look at that Porsche go, though. I'm telling you, those Porsches got some stones, man. Messed that up. Money shifted. Has performance improved? Oh, I only had it on 1 lap. That's fine. I was going to pass them all by the 2nd lap anyway. I forgot the last race I did was the Nürburgring. Alright, so finished weekend. I'm just going to bump them up to 100%. I'm making a Hot Pocket in the air fryer for the first time ever. I bet it will be much better than a microwave. Good to know. I'm happy for you. Let me know how that works out for you. Alright, let's crank this to max. And let's go to 100%. And laps. Let's do 10 laps. Give me some time to pass them. Confirm. If I can pass them. We'll be on 100% this time around. So we'll see. But has performance improved? Yeah, I mean, crashing, I've had some crashes before and after. Although, no. It hasn't crashed at all after. It was a little buggy trying to, because I had to reset my wheel. So I do recommend after this patch, if you have a wheel, at least on PC, and probably PS5 too, or an Xbox, I would reset all your wheel stuff, recalibrate all that, because I know on my wheel, personally, there was an update specifically for my pedals. So when I first booted this patch up, my wheels didn't, or my pedals didn't work. I had to recalibrate everything. You got roughly 15 more FPS, but still a couple crashes. I haven't had a crashing problem yet. I don't know if it's just the way that I run my PC. I'm far more on top of a lot of things, or if it's just dumb luck. But so As far as frame rate, yes, I don't know what my exact frame rate was, but I did double check the GPU utilization, and it's not 100%. So basically what happens is, before, with no AI on the track, CPU utilization would be like 25%, while the GPU is 100%. You always want the GPU at 100%. Now, when I have a full grid... Oh, sorry, before, though, when I went to a full grid, GPU would drop to like 65%, and the CPU would be at 65-70%. So I wasn't maxing out the CPU, but I was definitely... It wasn't like a CPU bottleneck, because I even noticed on all the cores, it uses about 4 cores. It wasn't maxing out any of the cores. So I wasn't really at a real CPU bottleneck. It just seemed more of like the AI is just using... It's skipping over, attempting to be utilized by the GPU and going right to the CPU use. So now, with today's patch, I notice with the 31 car grid, my frame rate drops not a whole lot now, and the CPU utilization goes up to the same like 60 to 65%, but GPU stays in the 90s. It does drop a little bit. It doesn't stay at 100%, but it stays in the 90s. So this patch did at least fix a lot of that bug that was specific to PC. Now, I don't know if that was also on like PS5 and stuff too, and on console guys, just obviously they don't have a way of monitoring stuff like that. But I do know they today's patch assisted in fixing that problem for sure. How is the AI update? I mean, tenfold better. Honestly, the AI is AMS now. So if you've ever played AMS, which I don't know if you're a console guy, you haven't, but if you're a PC guy, yeah, see, even just in this right here, the shadow pop-in isn't there anymore. The shadow pop-in happens so much further away than it used to. Because the problem is that I was on max graphics, and I'll see all the shadows back here. As the camera would be following, like as the camera's panning right now, you would see the shadows in the trees populating as you went. And it was jarring, and it was hard to look at. And the thing is the reason why that was a problem for me is because I was on max graphics. I couldn't make the pop-in happen later. You know, so essentially the, not depth of field, but, I forgot what the terminology is for it, when things pop in closer to, or closer versus farther away. But, that just got fixed. I haven't changed my graphics settings, and here we are. So, but... I'm hoping for continued performance uplifts so that I can turn off frame gen and run this purely without frame gen. I'm only running 2x frame gen, and it's not twofold. It doesn't actually work like that. If right now you see on this particular screen, I'm getting almost 200 frames. If I turned off frame gen 2x and set it at native, I'd be getting about 100 to 110 right now. And then I'm also streaming with this GPU. So I'm losing about 15 to 20 frames from the stream. So I have great performance, but the thing is that I'm on crazy good hardware. And most people don't have what I have when it comes to a hardware standpoint. So for me, while it's not a problem, for the guys on PC, at a certain point, I would say you'd want to get that. Now, mind you, you can turn all the settings down and bump your frame rate up like crazy. So, that's the great thing about PC. Is it a keeper now? I mean, it's been a keeper for me personally from day one. Because I don't race GT3 cars and hypercars. I don't use them. So, those are the cars that were bugged. All these cars were great, so I've had fun. These cars didn't improve at all because they were already amazing. However, they fixed a bunch of the bugs. They fixed bugs related to things that I had problems with, like the AI is great now. So, yes, I would say this is a keeper through and through right now. And especially since it's been out for 2 days and there have been 2 patches. The day 1 patch was a bit of a gimmick to me. Today's patch was a legitimate real patch. It made quality improvements. So it's only going to get better. So now I would say I would be comfortable recommending for you saying it's okay to spend the money on the game and you not be worried. If you get this game and have personal problems, I would say at that point, you know, thank you for the sub, whoever that was. Devil's King, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know. I've had a lot of fun with this. The other night, I went online and played multiplayer lobbies. Made a couple lobbies. I haven't had that much fun racing in a racing game in a long time. In a sim rig, ever. I've never had that much fun online. So, and it was random lobbies. It's unfortunate, though, too, that I've noticed a lot of the lobbies, I'm like P1 in, which tells me not a lot of people are playing this game. So I hope the quantity of people playing this game goes up and the online gets challenging. How's the wobbly steering issue? I don't have wobbly steering issues with this. I've never had issues with force feedback with this game. But I turn off a lot of problems at the core of the base that people like to leave on. Like the features that make the wheel oscillate back and forth when you let go of it. I turn that shit off at its core. So that oscillation problem, or I shouldn't say problem, but that oscillation effect that a lot of wheelbases generate naturally that people like will make problems in this game. Like right now my buddy's having issues with his Logitech wheel because his Logitech wheel, there's no slider to turn that off. So he's finding that his is naturally just wanting to do this even when he's gripping the wheel. So, let me check some of these here. So, on console, the game runs smooth 60 FPS, but a lot of problems with multiplayer errors. After update, the multiplayer is now okay-ish, but I didn't test AI yet. Well, I can tell you the AI is a boatload better. A boatload better. I haven't played online yet with this patch, but I had no real problems with, I didn't do any ranked play. I just did custom lobby stuff, but custom lobbies were great. I mean, I only disconnected twice in probably 20 races. So, I mean, to me, that's in margin of error for online racing, you know, or online play in general. I never got disconnected once a race started. The only time I got disconnected was going from the menu into the race, and I eventually got booted out. So, at that point, it's okay. But if I was invested into a race and got disconnected, I'd probably been a little more salty about that. The TC problem is still there. I hope that that's in the next patch. What's the, because TC is working on the wheel input, and that's not how TC works. What do you mean by that? I don't understand your statement there. TC is working on the wheel input, and that's not how TC works. I just don't know what the problem is, because for me, TC works the way it would work on a normal car. You turn TC on, and it saves the tires from spinning, and the more aggressive it is, the sooner it pulls power out. I won't lie, I'm going to play, but with the way launch went, it might take us about a month to get all the people who quit the game before even trying it back. While some people... I'm not going to lie, I had some overly emotional people in stream today, or in chat, say objectively that they bought it on day one, and they refunded it on day one, and now that they saw me playing it, they're buying it again. Literally 2 days later. Like, if you're going to be that almost emotional with your spending and refunding, you either just need to be patient and not buy it, or buy it and just sit on it. You know, I know $70 for a video game is a lot, but at the same time, it's only $70, and if you are confident this game is going to be something inside of a couple of days, I wouldn't be, like, I mean, you could do whatever you want with your own money. That's totally fine. I'm not telling you what to do, but at the same time, if you're going to refund the game and go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, pick one and stick with it, you know? And there were a couple of people like that, so. Turn off the vehicle motion effect in camera settings. It'll be much better. Try it. Turn off the vehicle motion. Oh, I'm not too worried about that stuff yet. I'll be much more interested. Here's why I don't want to focus too much on dialing things in right now with this game. Because we're in the early stages of, like, damage control on release day. So, they're, like, for example, a lot of the cars, the default force feedback settings got changed. Like, that's what fixed a lot of the GT3 cars, is that the default force feedback settings are completely different than what they were yesterday, this morning, you know? So, I'm not too worried about dialing a whole bunch of things in when the game's going to keep changing, you know? Once the game kind of gets comfortable and settles in at a happy place, then I'll worry more about things like that. But I don't mind the motion and stuff like that. I get what he means. It's affecting the force feedback in a weird way. I don't know All right, let me ask you this. Are both of you, what are you guys playing on, PC or like, so here's the thing. This is very important to state with this game when you're having issues. What you're using for inputs, brand name, controller, wheel, all that, and what you're playing on. Because I can tell you that in F125, I have F125, and I had a Logitech wheelbase, Logitech Pro, before my Simagic one. I played on PC. Great force feedback. It worked the way it was supposed to. My buddy on PS5, who currently is still on a Logitech, still can't play F125 because they broke force feedback specifically with the Logitech wheelbases when the RS50 came out. And that is a specific problem to PS5 and the Logitech wheelbase. And that's one game that's like that. So, one game, one wheel, one system. Doesn't do it on Xbox, doesn't do it on PC, and it doesn't do it on PS5 with Fanatec or any other PS5 compatible wheels. So, it's important that when say you're having like an issue, that, for example, if you are having an issue and you want it to get fixed, respectfully report it to the devs and be detailed what you're using for stuff. Report problems. Don't just say this game sucks and refund it. That doesn't help anybody. Emotional, as they say, the phrase goes, cooler heads prevail. If you rotate the wheel, the TC starts working, but my tires are not spinning and it cuts out power in the corners, so I cannot push on the limit the cars with TC in this game. Gotcha. So if I rotate I'm saying, let's just say I'm not moving. If I rotate the wheel when I'm not moving, does TC activate? Or do I have to be physically moving? I'll see if I can figure that out, if I can feel that later. I personally haven't felt that yet, but I'll give that a try. But for now, let me do this race. Let me try, 100% of these guys. So, all right, here we go anyway. So this is 100% Group 5 cars. We're testing the AI out. We got 10 laps. We're starting in the back. We didn't do a qualifying. We're just seeing how the AI runs at 100% for comparison. Now, I do have to be careful because I gotta remember cold tires. Thank you for the sub, whoever that was. I appreciate it. I'd look, but I just started a race. And I also will say this. The Group 5 AI seems to scale differently based off the kind of car you're using. So I'd say this AI still feels a little on the easier side so far. But I can tell you, Group C cars, the AI is not easy. At 75%, it's hard. I was like in last place for most of the race. I was only able to overtake the last few cars. Ooh, okay. Yeah, tell me the AI is not aggressive. I guess they still sometimes hit you. That's fine. I don't mind a contact. I don't know what that was. Oh, that's you. That's you hitting me over there. So it seems like with the AI so far, only the single slider for like their skill set, it also scales their aggression and everything. Where in like AMS2 there's an aggression slider or an aggression setting as well as a skill set slider. So you can adjust them separately. So maybe that'll be something that they add later on, but that is a good feature to have because essentially the strength slider is just how fast they are and their aggression is overtakes, defending, all that stuff, which the higher the aggression, the more likely they are to do that, hit you. plow me ass out of the way, eh? Oh boy, we got an accident. We got an AI accident here. Drive. Oh my god. Alright, I'm getting hit a lot right now. But here's the thing. They fixed that friggin' track limit stuff, and that stuff was the worst. Like, I would have got punished right there. Oh, I looked at chat. That's all me. Don't do that. I screwed that up. Damn it.
Officials flag a track limit violation.
So I'd say the AI at 100% is a lot sloppier than they are at 75. 75, they feel very finely tuned. Right now, they're a bit on the, like I said, sloppier side. They're definitely harder. I'll say that. But it seems like when you add the difficulty slider, increase it, they get more aggressive, and more aggression means they're more likely to hit you. Now, I don't mind the AI hitting me. At least in a reasonable way, because I hit AI. I sometimes hit players. I try not to, but at the end of the day, I want the AI to behave like humans. Skilled humans, but humans. So they're gonna make mistakes. I don't mind that. I don't mind being bumped. I bumped the AI like I said, so it's not that big a deal to me. But even this experience right now, even though they've hit me several times, is still substantially better than it was a day ago. I couldn't do this a day ago. I would not be able to get past the last place guy, because for some reason it felt like the AI was bugged and they physically couldn't see you on the track. So they would just follow their line. Now they avoid you. And they avoid you even more when you lower the difficulty. That's me. That's what I'm talking about though. See, I bumped the AI. I bumped him again. So I don't mind a bump. What was bad about the previous build was the AI would just knock you right off the road and you would get penalized for it. Oh boy. Took that to... There we go, we got it. So, I haven't been paying attention to it, but if you guys can, pay attention to my TC and see if you can identify if it's happening, what you were talking about before. I don't feel anything weird with the force feedback, by the way. Tires are getting warm. I knew it. It's a GT3 issue. Yep, tires are getting hot, and it's showing. My bad. A bit too aggressive. Oh boy! Try to get aggressive there. Sorry, buddy. It's just payback for the past couple days, that's all. When that outside front tire gets warm on a turn like that, you just slide. I do hope they add a radar system. That would be nice. I know that's been complained about. But the mirrors are useful in this. I'll say that. The actual physical mirrors. But radar would be much more useful. I think I'd probably need a good 15 laps to win this race. From the back, anyway, with a full grid. Oh! See, my problem is that, why would I want to drive a GT3 car when I can drive something like this? And when there's 72 other sims that have GT3 cars and they do them well. I would say where they can improve the AI. Well, this is a personal thing. Something I really don't like, and it has nothing to do with the AI. It has to do with audio. And I am a huge fan of this game's audio. Changing the sound of contact between the cars. All I can think of is like Streets of Rage on Super Nintendo. Walking down the street punching thugs, it sounds like you're just punching thugs. See, he would have... That guy would have... Oh boy, I'm out of tire. Hey, look at that! Track limit warning and no penalty. Oh, quality of life. Oh, you son of a bitch. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate that. Whoever mystery person that is. G. Bryden, thank you, sir. or ma'am, but I'm sure you're a sir. Oh. Don't money shift. That never works out for anybody. God, this car is so fun to drive.
Just one more lap to go.
I gotta be careful on this turn in the late laps. Tires are kind of shot at this point. Even though tire wear isn't on, if they, as a, like a nanny, they could activate, or give you an assist, I should say, is no tire temperature fluctuation, just pure grip. Which, I know that's not realistic, and that's not what people want in a sim, but for just messing around with friends and doing stuff, you know, if you're gonna have the ability to turn tire wear off, turn tire temperature off, too. You know, so the cars just have whatever peak operating temperature grip ratio is there, and that's the way it runs. But if they never give you that, I don't really much care. It's just one more thing to pay attention to. So, see if I can get on the podium quick. All right, first time doing 10 laps in Group 5 with 100% AI difficulty, and we went from starting in 32nd place, which is dead last on a full grid, to podium 3rd place. I'll take that. Whew. Use the steering wheel and gas pedal. You're a strange dude, sir. But hey, you know what? You're here and you're entertaining, so hats off. All right, let me catch up on some comments here. Alright, so if I run 1 or 2 TC, it's a lot less, and my times are 2 seconds faster a lap. It's crazy hack, by the way. Turn the GT3 TC just down to get more time. Well, in just about everything... So, Gran Turismo, I have a lot of hours in Gran Turismo. Even though I'm playing on PC right now, I also have PS5. And I put well over 1,000 hours in Gran Turismo. So... I found that, it depends on the car, but most cars, TC1 or 2 was like optimal for like my driving ability. If I went TC0, there is no car on the planet where you're faster unless the actual core physics of the car in the game are broken to the point where sliding the car around, Need for Speed style, makes them lap faster. I know pre this patch, James... That guy James, his video was primarily aimed around how it has the slide physics to make you a little bit faster than real life. But totally forgot where I was going with that. Oh yeah, TC1 or 2 was always my fastest. TC3 and higher it would be easier, but it would ultimately slow me down because it's pulling power when I don't need power pulled. And then TC0 is useless. It kicks the tires so easy that I'm sorry, I come from a world of real racing and tuning where human beings are not faster than computers. Ever. Ever. Straight line racing, turning especially. MotoGP. So, not a long time ago, about 15 years ago, so I guess a long time ago, in World Superbike. So, World Superbike is comparable to, I'd say, GT3 racing. But in the motorcycle world, where it's a factory build vehicle, but even though it's a full-blown race car, or in this case a race bike, it's built off of a factory body. essentially. Whereas like Formula One is not built off anything remotely close to resembling a factory body. Formula One would be like MotoGP. They're $1 million motorcycles versus that same motorcycle in street version is $20,000. But anyway, one of the turns, both guys rubbed and disabled their own ABS sensors, essentially. And ABS, everything is done through ABS sensors. So it's not just ABS, it's lean angle, it is traction control, it is wheelie control, it's everything. They're all done through the same, they're all part of the same system. When one of those sensors goes out, the whole system doesn't work. So both guys, they just leaned in and they just gently kissed and disabled each other's ABS. They got into the straight, the next turn, they both low-sided and just crashed. Because those riders who are the best of the best are relying on the ECUs and the computers to mitigate power and manage power when they need it so they can ride the bikes to the absolute max. So in this case, they went into that turn and they probably got a whole lot of ham fist into that throttle and the bikes just went whoop because it just put all the power to it with and it just spun right through it and it crashed. So cars are the same way. There is no current car, and there never has been a car, where with zero nannies, they're faster, period. ABS and TC is always there to make you faster, not to make you lesser of a driver. Thank you for the sub. Who we got? Ryan DB55. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, let me read some of these comments without me, GT3 bike racing. All right, so let me see. What I can say, the AI looks great now. Oh, it's an AI issue. You're dropping the pee and bump a bit too great. Yeah, I know. I like to, when it comes to the AI, I'll drive a little more aggressively because I don't care if I hit them. Finally, I can start. I started a career mode, and I started with the MX-5, so it was okay, because the cars aren't crazy fast or anything, so it's easy to avoid AI and just drive away from them. Whereas these fast cars, like a car like this, I love driving this car. Driving this car on a short track like that, with a 32-car grid, I would come in last place every race. Because the first car I go to pass doesn't see me and drives me off the road, and then I get penalized for it. So not only do I cross the line in last place, but then I get penalized a bunch because... So they fixed the penalty system. I have no complaints about the penalty system at all right now. If anything, it might even be a little too easy. It looks like they pulled it back too much, which is fine. Leave it that way for now. We'll dial that shit in later. There's far more important things to dial in with this game. Let's see. Yeah, I'm ordering a round wheel just for cars like this. Man, I only have a GT wheel at the moment. Yeah, dude, I have learned that real quickly. You need to have a round wheel. If you like a variety of racing, you need a round wheel. In fact, there's more to do with the round wheel, because a round wheel can race it can race GT3. It can race any Le Mans car. It can race any hypercar. But the GT wheels, the track wheels, good luck trying to drift or rally or anything like that in those cars. You'll break your hands. In those wheels, you'll break your hands. Anyway, have you heard of that PMR's Discord servers mentors are getting life-threatening messages? No, I think that's absolutely childish, and I was actually in that Discord. I left. It's insane. No human being should take video games this seriously. Period. And at the end of the day, it's $70. If you are the type of person that would physically off somebody over $70, you are the problem. That's all I'm saying. AI also needs improvement. They should just choose a driving line so that it's impossible to overtake before the turn by doing a dive bomb, and they don't seem to be fighting each other now. I mean, listen, the AI is not perfect, but I will say there is an obsession with making the AI perfect. Name a game right now, or a sim for the diehards, where the AI is perfect. I'm sorry, it doesn't exist. This has been some of the best AI racing I have done so far, and it's arguably not very good. It's just not awful. Gran Turismo's AI is garbage. Forza's, don't even get me started on Forza. Forza's AI was this AI prior to the patch. And I think this game prior to the patch had some of the worst AI I've ever experienced. But this alone, listen, I'll take them being on the easier side and having fun and doing a little bit of racing, because I'm driving the hell out of that car to beat them. And I still came in third place. But, like, now I'm not decent with the GT3 cars, and I'm not decent with hypercars because I don't race them. I drive those cars way too cautiously. But for the most part, I'm not fast with those cars. Reckless cars like this is where I would say if I have a skill set, that's where I shine best. Because the cars are just, you throw them around and they live there. They're happy there. GT3 cars, you're not using an H pattern and going from fourth to second, dive bombing into a 90-degree hairpin turn and using it because it kicks the tires out from locking up the rear tires and then throttling out of it at full throttle and having like a nice line. You can't do that with a GT3 car. Because for one thing, a real GT3 car uses paddles in a sequential style transmission. It doesn't work like that. But you would also just crash. But anyway, that was a workout. Like, I'm actually sweating, and that was tiresome to race that AI like that. So yeah, the AI could get more difficult, but like AMS2, they solved that by, and rather than making the 100% be as good as the AI can get, they just added another 20% slider so you could bump them up even more. But listen, I play a lot of other games. I am content with this AI. By a lot. By a lot. I'm confident that I can say that they can deviate away from AI right now, or at least not primarily focus on it and focus on some of the other smaller things, and then come back to AI. They don't need to really dive into the AI anymore for the moment. It's what I would call, the AI is what I would call, by comparing it to every other one out there, the AI is good enough to be fun. Period. They make mistakes, so do humans. They hit you from time to time, so do people. They do everything people would do. I just want them to be... Now, I will say this. If I jump into Group C right now from Group 5 and I leave the AI at 100%, I'm going to come in last place. Guaranteed. Guarantee it. So, there's a little bit of AI balancing per class, in my opinion, for how much they scale with their difficulty. Anyway, yes, James Baldwin, Adrena. James Baldwin, that's the name. Would I recommend the game over AMS2? Yes and no. Right now, here's the thing. If you don't own either game at all, so you don't own any of the updates, so I have 100% of AMS2. I have every update or every DLC. I have all the mods, or most of the mods anyway. So I would say, comparing it to having everything for AMS2, I recommend AMS2 still slightly over this because of more content and more polish, of course. The game's a lot older. But inside of a $70 vacuum, I recommend this game over AMS2. I can tell you this, even smaller of a vacuum, Group C in these fancy fun cars, this driving is better. The driving is better than AMS2. AMS2 is just a more complete, polished game, but it's, what, 5 years old right now? This game is 2 days old. In, I would say, a year's time, assuming the Straight 4, this is their support game that they support for the coming years or so, and it's not just a cash grab where, like EA, where they release a game every year or something like that. If this is a game that they have like 5 years into, like AMS, this game I think is going to overtake AMS. And I like AMS. I like AMS before this is my number one sim for my style of racing. So there are specific case scenarios. This game is a lot more fun than AMS. But generally speaking, AMS has more content except they don't have a career mode. That's the one thing they don't have yet. And that's obviously more polished. Graphics to me are a lateral thing. The graphics on this I think have the potential to be better with some polish. But again, we're comparing the hard part about answering that question confidently is that you're comparing a 5-year-old super polished game to a day 2 or day 3 game technically. Yeah, the hype train that the marketing team for this game went on is what did all the disservice for this game. Because I think this game is incredible. But my version of incredible doesn't even live up to the hype that the hype train that they marketed, you know? So, as far as I'm concerned, the developers, everybody's done a great job except the marketing team. They overhyped. Too much. I don't even care about the price. If the hype train was dialed back to reality and they promised a roadmap of stuff and saying, I don't know the best wording to be to deliver it, but like, we promise that over time we have this support and this is what you're going to get on day 1, I'd still spend the $70. Knowing that, I mean, I knew there was going to be bugs on day 1. I fell a little on the hype train, but I was in the caboose. You know, I wasn't up front in the engine. I was in back of the train, holding on. I was on my horse, pacing it. Like, I'm with you, but I'm skeptical. I don't know if I want to jump on that train yet. But I'm riding next to you, because at any moment I'm ready to get on it. And I'm glad I didn't fully dive in. Because it kept me reserved, and it's kept me playing the game, and I'm glad I did. Because this patch came out, and now I'm like, all the people that refunded are now buying, not all, but most, are buying the game again to try it out. Which is silly. But hey, I'm only one person. Adreno, he's P4 in a 100% AI race. He kind of knows, I think. I heard the PM. Oh, yes. I read backwards. Sorry. If ACC, if you go down with TC, you for sure get no faster time because TC has done insanely good in AC. I will say that. TC is very much done insanely good. I race TC. ACC is an example of a game that I have TC on 1. And so the only time I turn it off is when I want to have a little fun kicking the car out sideways. Throw some clutch kicks at it and try and save it, you know? Just hooligan stuff, not actual racing. Well, GT3 and PMR is cutting way too much in a bad way. It's possible. It's possible. Like I said, I'm not the guy for GT3 knowledge. Because I've raced them in every game. I just haven't spent real time with them to tell you which one is the right. Because at the end of the day, I don't think anybody in this chat has ever been inside of a GT3 car and raced it around a track. So you got to rely on honest people like James Baldwin, in my opinion. James Baldwin is someone whose opinion I trust because he didn't dive in and just roast the game. He provided some honest feedback, you know? I have the Moses CS for my round wheel. Let's see. How can I soften the force feedback? I turn the force feedback down in the settings. Turn it down on your base. These cars are hard to keep smooth. Maybe. People on the Discord will tell you about people that made the developers stop making Star Wars Battlefront games from Backlash. It's ridiculous. It's just a game. I agree. Like, developers, when they do what they did here, they deserve criticism. But in my opinion, like, so day 1, midday, I was like on board with the wave of like criticism for this game. By day 2, I was team straight 4 and screw the consumer. Because how they were acting was way too far above and beyond rational thinking from human beings. It's $70. And you are acting like it was literal murder. Calm down. The amount of Ian Bell hate. I'm sorry. Does anybody in here know Ian Bell? Has anybody had a conversation with him? I'll admit, the stuff he said on his Twitter or whatever, he seems like he's got a big head. But I don't know the guy from a hole in the wall. And I also know Ian Bell isn't developing this game. The guys programming this game weren't the marketing team. Pick your battles. I think PMR will be great in the upcoming 3 months by how rapidly they are. I think it's going to be great in the upcoming now. I'll be honest with you. I love this game in its current state. Inside of 2 days, they fixed the biggest problems, at least 75% fixed. And again, I am coming from the perspective of I don't race GT3 and Hypercar. I race all of the cool cars. And I know that GT3 and Hypercars were added in the latter end of this game's development. In my opinion, they should have left them out. They should have released this game with no GT3 and no Hypercars and just released everything else. Because, oh my god, this game is brilliant outside of those cars. And there's a lot of competition in the GT3 and Hypercar space. So you kind of got to nail those cars if you want people to come to your game for those cars. I haven't used this car in any other game, and it's one of my favorite cars I have ever driven on a simulator. Period. Hi, bro. Finally bought the game. Good. Hopefully it goes smoothly for you. How's it been since the update, Turismo Duppy? Fantastic. I liked it before the patch, but the patch just fixed a lot of the crucial problems. I think the best AI out there is Race Room, Adrena. I haven't dealt with the AI in Race Room. I did a couple solo laps in Race Room, but I've played at least 20 minutes of every sim, but I have not spent real time in them. I've played enough of Gran Turismo to tell you all about that. I've played enough of F125, even though F125 is 100% an arcade game. But it's fun. You have to understand, my focus is fun, not simulator. At the end of the day, this is pixels on a screen. It cannot duplicate the real thing. Period. If it could, multi-million-dollar companies in F1 would have perfect simulators, and they can't get it right for their drivers. At the end of the day, the simulators help you. But at the end of the day, repeating myself, real cars are the only way to learn how to drive real cars. So, have fun. The focus should be fun. And if you want to get good, but get good while having fun. You know? Just remember, when a game feels wrong, it's not specific to you. Everybody's playing the same game with either the same problem or the same physics. So if you're coming in last place and everybody's beating you in that game, when everybody has the same physics, that's a you problem. It's not like they have the best physics and you have shitty physics, and you are just lesser because your specific game is broken. It's broken or great for everybody. It's always equal. So, I don't say this often, but get good, noob! You know? I am a very, very average person at sim racing. But my focus is fun. Because that ruined Call of Duty. I used to love playing Call of Duty. Now I hate it. Because if I want to get in there and unwind and relax, I go 0-50. And I had to sit there and sweat and grind and be a tryhard just to get my name on the board. And I don't want to do that. I want to have a good time. Also, having raced in real life, not race cars, but street cars, street bikes, race bikes, I've gone very fast in real life. I can assure you, I am much, much happier inside of the safety of a sim. I promise. Younger guys, sure. I'm 38. So younger guys, I would see why they would want the real thing. But at 38, going into my 40s, I've gone very fast. And, I have a bucket list still that I haven't hit of doing 250 real speed. So I'll do that at some point. But right now I'm at 230. And after you've gone as many times as I have over 200 miles an hour in real life, I'm content going 0 miles an hour and looking at a digital screen. I'm ready for the Ready Player One life. I'm just saying. You know? Every day at least one patch should be updated. Now, I would prefer... I would say a patch a week is... Right now, a patch a week is fine. As long as the patch is effective and fixing problems and not... Because a patch a day will break things while fixing things. So, focus... I would say that right now in the game's current state, one patch a week is pretty good. And then after about... maybe a couple months, and provided those patches work well... regular updates, regular monthly patches is fine. I'm not... They have a good roadmap for content for the year one. And the fact that their DLC is called Year 1 tells me there's going to be a Year 2. And hopefully a Year 3 and so on. So the game should hopefully stick around. But please, guys, I'm telling you this. When you get angry about something, don't take it out on the developers and call the developers idiot. Games, when they are not good on day one, it's not the developer's fault. It's the higher-ups' fault. It always has been. It always will be. Marketing teams, CEOs, they're the problems. Now, I've already heard Ian Bell's name enough for my life. I don't need to hear it anymore. But stop attacking the developers. They're the talent. They're the guys that go, when you have beaten them so hard that they no longer want to show up to work, that's when there's no improvement to your game. Period. So if you want this game to do well, if you truly want this game to do well, constructive criticism. Fun fact, there has been an engineer for this game in my chat several times, and I raced him several times. I gave him constructive criticism, and he took it. And he was happy to take it. Because they want feedback. They want to know what's wrong. However, they don't want to be threatened. And I don't blame them. Be a human being. Yes, but also without those cars, the game wouldn't grow the same, in my opinion. Look how much hate those cars in particular got. Yeah, I get it. Hate spreads more than love. But here's the thing, though. In response to that, GT3 and hypercars can... Yes, they 100%. If they delivered the... So here's my order of, like, the right for attracting the most people. Delivering GT3 cars and hypercars in a, I would say, upper 90 percentile working state on day one. You're going to attract players. Then the other option is take them out of the game until they're up to that point, and then release the game to that point so far, with the promise to, in the coming month or so, release those cars after they've been polished. But the worst thing you can do is release the world's most popular current cars in racing in a vastly broken state to try and get some of the people away from the sims that those cars are great in. Because look where we're at right now. We're all hoping, the ones that want this game to succeed. Thank you for the sub there, Christopher Woods. I appreciate it. Right now, the people who want this game to succeed, who are enjoying this game, are hoping this game doesn't die because of the hate it's gotten from its flaws on day one. I guarantee you, day one wouldn't have been as attractive with those cars not in it. But as of today, before the patch, day two, the game would have been in a much better place if those cars just weren't released on day one. Period. So. But I agree. If you want a sim in 2025 and want the sim to be taken seriously, you 100% have to have GT3 cars and hypercars. I agree with that. They're not my type of cars, but I fully agree they need to be in this. I have LMU. Let me check. Let me see something here. This is how much I like LMU. It's not even installed. Playtime, 2.8 hours. And here's the thing. LMU is a great GT3 and hypercar game. If you want, right now, if you want a hypercar and a GT3 online experience, and you have LMU and PMR, 100% go play LMU. As of this current state of these games, they are superior in that by a lot. I have 2.8 hours in that game. It's not a game for me. It's not that it's not a game for me. The cars aren't for me. Period. Then we go over here to Project Motor Racing. I don't know alphabetical order apparently. And I've got 22 hours in it. And it came out 2 days ago. I've played them all. I know which ones are good and which ones are bad from a enjoyment standpoint, and I know the cars are easier to drive in those games, but I'm still not, I don't care enough about them to enjoy them. If they take out the GT3 and Hypers right now, I'll be all for it. I want them to stay in it, but I want them to not be the focus. It sucks. Like, in my opinion, watch Gamer Muscle's live streams and his reviews. Mainly his live streams. His live streams, the reason I like live streams a lot more than videos is because in live streams you get a much more authentic version of the person. And in reviews, you have a chopped down, edited, no holds barred version of that person. So, or not no holds barred, sorry, wrong terminology. You get that person through a filtered lens. They get to see themselves first and be like, I shouldn't have said that. Let me erase that. Or, you know, whatever. They get to do multiple takes of something. Gamer Muscle really, really, really enjoyed this game when he wasn't using the GT3 and hypercars. Because there's so much here, guys. There's so much here. I know I'm repeating myself, but man, I haven't had this much fun in a sim or any sim or arcade racing game, whatever you want to classify this as. I haven't had this much fun behind the wheel in a video game in a long time, or maybe even ever, when I'm driving these cars. Yeah, I agree. Get the old cars enthusiasts in the game first so it doesn't get shit on and push away those players, as those GT3 and hypercars have pushed away people who wouldn't even want to drive them anyway. Valid points. And exactly, like, I think they need to be in the game, like I said, but when they're ready, you know? Hey there, Art Vandalay. I think the game's great after today's patch. For me, they should have done what everyone else does these days. Call it a beta and charge accordingly. Everyone wins. I agree. I 100% agree with you. I said in one of my streams earlier this week is that if this game released, if they toned down, if they slowed the hype train down to a crawl, and they said, over the next year, our plan is XYZ in roadmap style hype, and then charged you $30 and said, we are releasing this in a open beta, or I don't want to say beta, even though, I'm sorry, whether you are a AAA studio, a indie studio, early access, the day your game gets released to the public, to the mass public, that is when beta testing starts. Period. No game is dialed in perfect on day one. The greatest single-player games that I have played, the most polished games on day one, for the next 2 months, get a shit ton of patches. Because they're finding problems that they didn't find. You have to understand, if Call of Duty, for example, if 500,000 people play that game, how many people do you think they have testing their game before it gets released? Do you think it's anywhere near 500,000? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now, this game obviously didn't get 500,000 people, but I'm just using that as an example. Every game, release day is beta, regardless of what they call it. And this game was like released as beta. And I told all of my friends that I was telling that this is the game to pay attention to. Day one, whether you're on console or PC, there's going to be problems. Be prepared. And every one of my friends who pre-ordered this game or bought the game on day one hasn't gotten a refund, because of my warnings of understanding what happens with video games. And here we are, day 3. First real patch comes out, people are buying the game again. That's emotional thinking. Chill out. Either keep the game and wait, Or don't buy it yet and wait and see what happens. Negative 50,000 people. That's true. That's true. Call of Duty right now is in a rough state. It sucks too because at its core, it's a phenomenal game, Call of Duty. They've lost the plot and they've lost the understanding of the audience. But the game still plays great. It's still a great game. Call of Duty scratches an itch that only Call of Duty can scratch. But, and I'm a Black Ops fan. That's the worst part about it, too. I put Black Ops over Modern Warfare, which is not a common take. I'm a huge Cold War fan. I like Zombies. Zombies is my #1 Call of Duty reason to play Call of Duty. I haven't picked up Black Ops 7, and I have no intention to. I don't care. They've officially checked me out. They need a reality check. I'm glad Black Ops 6 pulled it off. I'm not even a big Battlefield 6 fan, but I'm glad that they did what they did. I appreciate it. All right, let's do another race. We've been rambling a lot. GTO class, guys. Phenomenal set of... Okay, let me just do this quick. Skip that. All right, here we go. EJR reviews Project Motor Racing current cars. LMDH. Regardless of what these cars are supposed to be, everywhere else in the world, I've never driven one, and I know right now everybody in chat has never driven one of these cars. Period. So no one has any more authority over me to say, this is how these cars should drive in real life. Nobody knows. We're relying on other sims to tell us. So anyway, current state. These cars with high traction control and high ABS, they drive fine. They're boring because they do exactly what you want them to do. They go straight, they turn, they brake, they accelerate. The one thing I think that they need to buff on these cars is that how long it takes for the tires to get up to temperature. So what I did today was when I tested out the LMDH cars, because prior to this patch, the big thing was wet tires worked. Regular normal slicks did not. So there was the question of coating in the bug, or a bug in the coating, sorry, of they messed up, they swapped them around. I don't think they swapped them around. Because wet tires, contrary to what you might think, hook great. The problem is they overheat super fast when they're not in the rain. Super fast. So in this game right now, currently, if you're doing a qualifying lap, wet tires are still the way to go because you can be the most aggressive inside of one lap because the tires get up to temp so quickly. Now, if you were doing a Nordschleife run, I would not run wet tires because you'd get a third of the way into it and your tires are cooked. You can't get traction because they're now greasy, sloppy messes. However, the slicks, or the hard, medium, soft tires, they've gotten better since the day one patch, for sure. They don't feel like they're on ice anymore. But where I think the problem with those tires are still in those cars that they need to tweak is they need to get up to temperature faster. So I did a pre-warm-up test, and I ran it in summertime with hot weather. And it still took getting to the third lap in Spielberg to get the tires to operating temperature. And then when the car's at operating temperature, the car feels great. But when the tire's cold, the car wants to kill you unless you have TC up really, really high. So, a little bit of work, but they improved quite a bit. LMP, I haven't driven these since the patch. But prior to the patch, these cars did, in my opinion, what they should do. Be careful on hairpin low-speed turns. They will kick out on you. Other than that, they handle and drive great. Group C. The most fun group of cars in motorsports. Period. I know that's a subjective opinion, but you're not going to change my mind. No one's going to tell me a GT3 car is more fun. Piss off. GT1. These are comparable to GTOs in terms of their fun. They are slightly better handling than the Group C cars, but they're also slightly slower. Both of these cars were fantastic, or groups of cars were fantastic pre-patch. I haven't driven them all post-patch. In my opinion, they didn't need to change them, and I don't think they did. This class was hit or miss. I didn't think there was anything wrong with the class. I just thought some cars were better than others. I really liked the C5R, and I really liked the S7R, the Saline. This is also a classic, great car, but I haven't driven them all. Greasy, sloppy mess. Has my ex-wife been talking to you? Damn. Damn. All I'm gonna say. GTE, the force, I haven't driven these since the patch. The force feedback felt like it had the same bug as the GT3 cars. And they clearly had a force feedback bug. I drove the, only this car today, the Audi. I only drove this car for a few laps today. Force feedback felt 100% better. Car still felt a little loose, but whether that's tweaking or my driving, that remains to be seen. Force feedback felt phenomenally better. Haven't driven this car since the patch. GTO, a Group 5, phenomenal cars. These cars, fun cars, but make sure you stop before you think you should stop, because they don't stop. GT4s, I haven't driven them since the patch. Whatever. They're GT4 cars. They worked before the patch, in my opinion. They're just boring. NGT, haven't driven them since the patch. These cars were interesting. I liked them, but they were interesting. Let's see. Let's see. So, and now because the internet is the internet, 500,000 may not have played it, but 500,000 will hate on it. That is very true. My last Black Ops was Black Ops 2. You have missed some good Black Ops, I'll say that. You've missed some good Black Ops. I've played Call of Duty since Call of Duty. Like, that was the end of the name. Call of Duty. And then I played Call of Duty 2. I've been playing video games since Atari. Although I wasn't alive when I'm pretty sure I wasn't alive when Atari was released. I think my first new release, I'd have to look up the years. I had a Game Boy, I had a Nintendo, I had a Super Nintendo, I had Sega. I had them all. I had a Commodore 64, I had an Atari, but they were out before I was alive. Today after patch, GT3 is fun to drive. You have to do tweaks to brake bias and force feedback setup, and is good fun races. That's good. That's what I like to hear. If you can, here's the thing. The biggest recommendation I had to the engineer I was talking to was making the defaults better for the ignorant people. Because everybody I talked to who spent time with the cars could get them all to kind of work decently, even when they were broken. Because there was so much adjustability. So if they could dial in the defaults to be close, you're never going to have everybody's approval on a default. Everyone's going to like their certain kind of driving. But getting it close, that's important. Because most people, especially console players, no offense console players, but the biggest reason to play a console versus a PC is you just want to get in and play. You don't want to deal with configuration. You don't want to deal with all the rigmarole of this, that, and the other thing. I'm going to turn my PlayStation on, boot the game up, and get in and race. And that is where consoles shine bright like a diamond. I have a PS5 Pro for a reason. Not because it's objectively superior to my 5090, but it does certain things better, especially on day one. Appreciate the sub there, certain person who will pop up on my screen in a second because I'm watching the YouTube. I'm not watching my actual stream. That's one thing, Nathan, Nathim Danny, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I don't watch, one thing Streamlabs needs to update. Give me a live chat in Streamlabs for YouTube. Because I have to watch YouTube chat on YouTube, which is like a 15-second delay. That wine has kicked in. Hey, I got more wine, so I'm going to have some more. Man, I have to drive the Mantera LM600. That car is so brutally and lovely to drive. I don't know if I've driven it yet. Which one is that? Hold on. Which is that? Am I? Oh, that might be a... Hold on. I don't know what car that is. I'm not even going to lie. Alright, it's this car. Mantera LM600. I have not... I'll drive that car next. Why not? And now he has a 5090, this man. I don't... That wasn't meant to be like some kind of ignorant brag or something like that. I'm just saying. So, here's what you gotta know about me. I'm old. I've been in the technology game a long... I've been building computers since the 90s. Myself. So, well, the first computer I didn't build myself. But I've been building computers since like 1998. So, I don't buy pre-built computers. When you go on the internet and you see influencers talk about their computer setup... I'm just like, please don't say anything about your computer because I'm going to cringe. Talk about what you're the best at, because it's not computers. Talk about your racing experience. That's why I follow you, not, you know, because of your computer. So anyway, I've been building computers for about 27, 28 years now. So I am that guy that I will replace my 5090 on day one with a 6090. I'm that guy. That is my number one hobby is technology and computers. Number one. So everybody has their hobby, be it motorsports, be it knitting, whatever. I spend my money on my computer. That is one of the very, very few things that I do that gets day one upgrades on release day. And I deal with trial and error bugs. But anyway. I have a Timex 2048K. Perfect. Binatone Bong was my first console. I've never heard of that. That could be a total troll, and I'm sure. Was dreaming your 51 stream. I stopped playing COD 15 when Xbox started jailbreaking their Xboxes to cheat. 54, 15 years ago. That's the one I thought just so from Pong comment. Oh, I read Bong. Yes, Pong. I've also spent my time on Pong. Not Bong. Spent my time on wine, though. I like the Capri. Yeah, I know it wasn't a brag, man. You're good. 15 years on the sim rig and playing racing games for over 25 years. It's that better. Build your last 3 pieces. Like, I tell people all the time, you're doing yourself a disservice when you buy a pre-built. Because first of all, you're gonna, believe it or not, for the money spent, if you're willing, if you have the patience, which I don't think requires much patience, you're going to build a better PC for the same amount of money spent, and you're skipping the best part. When I build myself a new PC, when it's all said and done, I look at my monitor and I go, well, now what do? I did the best part. I built it. So... yes, I have a... If you look in my... I dumbed it down quite a bit in my description there. My Sim Rig PC specs. I put my PC specs are 9800X 3D, RTX 5090, and 64 gigabytes of memory. Obviously, there's a lot more going on there. But I just put the buzzword things because that's all most people who are doing the sim racing stuff, they know. They know the CPU and the GPU and how much RAM it's got. Even though RAM is a very strange... Like, the 64 gigabytes of RAM, in all honesty, 16 is probably fine to do everything I'm doing right now. The GPU is literally the most important part of your build. If everything is coded correctly. Right now, I'm gaming using 100% GPU. I'm using... The stream is being used from the GPU. When I record from the stream, it's using the GPU. Hold on. So right now, with the game running, the stream running, and everything going, I'm using 16 gigabytes of total system memory. So maybe 20 would be what I need, because you always want a little extra past what you're using. But I'm using 16.5. So the 64 is there to idle and wait till I need it. I'm using 24% of my CPU because the game is still rendering. So even though I'm sitting in a lobby right now, or a garage, it's still using maximum power to generate this frame. And I'm using 51% of my GPU. I have the 6000. I have 6000 CL28. So with, I don't know how much you pay attention to computers, but with AMD especially, RAM or memory timing and speed is crucial. More speed doesn't do anything when timings go up. So the sweet spot has been considered 6,000 megahertz, and the more recent memory timings have been dropping quite a bit. So they have CL26 now, which is even better. But I'm running CL28, so... But I don't expect it to do anything other than, like, get a couple more 1% lows in, like, benchmark testing. How do you change your steering ratio? In my Moza Pit House, I'm set to 900. How do I change it to 720 or 540 in-game for GT cars? I don't know how you do it specific to cars, but in-game... Alright, preferences... Oh, shoot. Let me, exit without saving. This is the one problem with using a mouse. When you scroll, you tend to change settings accidentally. So... I don't know fully how to answer that. Because I believe it does it through, like, one-to-one-ing type ratios. And I'm not sure what setting that is. Because, honestly, the first... I don't care. I will say the rack ratio changes things, but that doesn't... I go by wheel being one-to-one. So, for me, I use Simagic. And Simagic recommends for this game, or the game itself recommends 900. So 900 makes it so that when you turn your wheel, it's 1-to-1. And I always chase 1-to-1. I don't want it to turn in more than the real car. I chase realism in my steering and force feedback, always. So if this car requires 8,000 degrees of rotation to turn left, that's how I want it. And I just don't drive the car. I have a 1500 X3D with 5070 Ti and 30 GB, 3600 RAM. Get 65 frames with PMR on 2K 49-inch monitor. So, run frame gen. My biggest recommendation is run your 2X, or no, in this case, you have a 5070 Ti. What better question is, what is your refresh rate of your monitor? Because if 4X frame gen gets you up to closer to your refresh rate, I would run that. Don't be scared of frame gen. It's awesome technology. People hate change. Anyway. All right, we're going to drive this car. Let's do some practice. I've never driven this car before, so let's do this. We're just going to do some laps in this car. So, you use frame gen. I use frame gen. I have a 5090 and I use frame gen. I love frame gen. Bottom line is, if I can't get... So I have I'm using I have an LG OLED C4 panel. It's 144 hertz. So if you look over here, I'm getting, with frame gen, 230 or so. I can't turn... I mean, right now with no cars on the grid, I get a higher frame rate, obviously. But I make sure that whatever it takes for me to get 144 hertz or 144 FPS, that's how I run my game. Luckily, with frame gen, I crank the graphics to maximum and I turn on some frame gen. And it frags. I love it. 5070 Ti, killer graphics card. Your processor's good still, and I will say they polished it's still not perfect, but they fixed a lot of their GPU utilization. So your 5800 X3D won't be nearly as much of a problem as it was 2 days ago. Like, Gamer Muscles had relatively poor FPS because of CPU utilization, or GPU utilization, I should say. Anyway, so it's like one of those things where, cool, I have a 5090, but it's running at 50% load. So you don't have a 5090. You have half of a 5090. PS5 guys were losing their minds. Oh, see, I knew those video cards were all hype. Yeah, you're right. My video card's idling. Oh, this car sounds good. Nice recommendation, sir. So, key to my heart and cars, number one, sound. The hood's doing it for me, too. Oh, this car turn... Okay, so that car turns better than I thought it was gonna. I turned in thinking it was gonna be a little lazier. I can't see over the hood. Oh, it's slidey. I like it. By the way, default force feedback for this car. I haven't changed any of the cars. I'm running what Project Motor Racing gives me by default. I have no save settings. Whoop! Oh, we got some force feedback. Oh, yeah. I can't see shit out of this car, though. I'll say that. Hold on. For the sake of learning to drive it. Oh, okay. Well, all right, so we'll go with this one for now. Just for the sake of learning to drive the car a little. Great sound. This car's got a lot of force feedback. Look. My wheel doesn't do that, so... Or I shouldn't say it's got a lot of force feedback. It's got a lot of response close to center, which creates that straight line force feedback feeling. I short shifted the hell out of that. Alright, you know where a car like this is gonna shine? No TC. Hooligan car. Oh, no! Oh, I money shifted. But see, this is... Okay. By the way, I love that this game takes control of that. So, I went from 4th, I was trying to go to 3rd, and I went to 1st. So what did it do? It massively locked up the rear tires, and I spun out. Every other game I would play would just put me on the rev limiter or not let me shift. It wouldn't do it. It was like AMS. If I did that in AMS, it would have went into 3rd, then went into 2nd, and then went into 1st when I hit the appropriate speed. Right there, I just crashed out. A+, developers. A+. I want my cars to do what they would do in real life. Money shifting causes you to either blow your motor up or crash or both. So, when I make mistakes, I want the game to punish me. When I don't make mistakes and I get punished, that's when I don't like. I gotta learn the ratios of this car, I will say that. My shifting is terrible. Or my shifting... Oh, I forgot we took TC off. That's one thing about TC being on and off. You have to remember. I drive a little differently with TC on versus TC off. Alright, so remember, Evan. TC is off. Alright, 3rd gear. Good. Did what I wanted it to do. Alright, we're gonna go brake, 2nd gear, skip 3rd. Didn't quite snap out, but that's fine. That's just the characteristics of the car. So this car... I forgot about TC. One day my brain will be young again and work. I like it though. It gets a seal of approval from me. Fun car. This Canadian Motorsports Park, whatever this track is, incredible test track. Don't go in a second there. This car doesn't like it. Look at that. Look at that. Slight bit of sideways action from no TC, but controllable. How do you not like this game? Oh, I know, because you drive GT3 cars and blah, blah, blah. And the hate mob says you should hate this game, so... Alright, let's try this. Ready? Clutch kick. Oh! Sloppy on my part, but... A+. So I'm definitely driving poorly right now. If I put TC on and really focused on trying to drive it, I would be doing better, but I'm kind of like, sort of like putting the car through some paces and seeing what it can and can't do. But it's fun. It's a lot of fun. One more car that Project Motor Racing does fantastic that no one's going to use because GT3 and hypercars. Oh my God, that's me. That's all me. All right, so now we're going to do a lap real quick just to rule a little bit of me out of it. We're going to put TC on 1. Actually, first, before I do that, I just want to be a hooligan. Perfect. Perfect Mustang crowd killing physics right there. All right, TC1. Oh boy, the tires are hot. I'm also on mediums. I don't know if this car has softs, but... Usually cars that drive like this, that are a rear wheel... Oh, I jackknifed it. All right, so I got to be careful of that downshift right there.
Pushing too hard in the corners.
Also, hold on. Let me do this quick, because I have massively overheated my tires from being a hooligan. Appreciate the sub. Hold on, I gotta see who we got here. I gotta make sure I thank the subs. Mosport is the correct name for us old-timers. Yeah, I don't know the name of this track. It's a Canadian track. I know that. Obviously, it says Canadian. Cruiser923. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, tires are back to regular temperature now. Let's try this out. So I think fourth gear might be the play for that. I think third gear might be too tight of a ratio for that particular... I gotta learn the car, that's all. Third, second... Oh, too late on the brakes. That was me. I love that particular turn of this track. Like, especially for the cars that kick out when you power downshift, as you would call it. Man. Third. Second. Nope. See, second right there is... This car doesn't have RPM, it seems, so... I have to remind myself to be up a gear higher than a lot of the cars that rev better. And this is why I like H-patterns. Alright, let's try going back in the cockpit now. Oh my god, I can't see shit again! Oh wait, fourth gear! Woo! I'm gonna lose it. I'm not gonna save it. Not that bad. Back in there. I gotta remember, I can't do third gear right there. It's too aggressive of a gear. It locks up the rear tires. So I gotta go fourth. And right here's third. It's gonna be hard. This is where me being old is a problem with driving and jumping into different kinds of cars. I'm driving the car like I am the BMW, and it's not liking it. Third, second. She's a handful, I'll say that. First. Oh my god. That's what happens when you look at chat. Alright. Let's jump into another car. I like it though. Great recommendation. Alright, so chat. Is there anything else you recommend? Let's do that for a little bit. Let's drive cars other people recommend. So I will say, I think this car, that particular car, if I put some real time in, that car will shine with 0 TC. Because I do believe TC is holding that car back from doing what it wants to do. Which is, so this car, I notice, a lot of understeer. But this car also probably doesn't have traction control in real life, and I had it on there because I have it forced on. I leave all those settings forced on so I can play with them, because some of those cars didn't have them, and I can still turn it off to make it do what authentic would make it do, or I can turn it on if I want it to be a little safer, you know? None of us are real race car drivers. Don't be scared of assists. Also, it's pixels on a screen, not a real race car. Need I remind you? All right, so let's see what we got for recommendations. The Viper, James Madden. Which Viper are you referring to? There are multiple in this. When I get a round wheel, I'll be all over this. I'm telling you, you're missing out. By having a wheel like my GT wheel and only sticking to GT wheels, you will see. If you leave the GT stuff or the GT3 stuff and jump into the older stuff in this game, your eyes are going to be like, oh my God, why did I ever hate this game? Because I can tell you this right now, every car I've driven that's older, that's not the newer stuff, hasn't changed since day one. It's been incredible. Okay, so the NGT, this guy right here, this is the competition coupe. Let's pick a color. What do we got? Let's go red. I'm not a red fan, but Viper, I can allow it. All right, so real quick, I'm going to get a little more wine, and I'm also going to use the bathroom. All right, so when I said a little bit more wine, it's literally all I have left. This is leftover Thanksgiving wine. All right, let's get it. Also, thanks. I heard a sub noise. Thank you, sir. All right, let's try this out.
Need a good start. Remember to keep the nose clean into turn one.
Remember to keep the nose clean in the turn one, so don't crash. Got it. All right, we're going to run it default. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I want to do this from now on first. Let me quit quick, or restart, sorry, and see if I can change to softs. I can. Okay, so I want to run everything in softs. I want to run best possible grip for the best whatever. Even though in theory... Not in theory. In actuality, a soft tire is going to take longer to get up to temp than a hard. Hard tire will get up to temp much faster. I think I did the BMW M3. Now Viper's a handful. Good, I like these kind of cars. Here's what you got to know about me. The cars that are easy to drive, I don't like driving. Why do you think I don't like GT3 cars, and especially GT4 cars? Boring! I want to feel like I'm about to die at every turn. I actually think it hit... Well, so then again, I'm on softs now. I wasn't on softs in the other car. That's all me. Alright, so this car does it a little bit more controlled, but when you lock the rear tires to slide the ass out, it's a bit more manageable. Mouse is on the screen. Yeah, so I actually think this car drives a lot easier. And then again, I'm on softs. Grain of salt. But I think it drives easier than the, what was the name of that last car I just drove? Easy is very boring. That's why I like Group C. Group C is the most fun general class of car. A little bit of oversteer, which is good. It's what I want it to do. Understeer there. Second, snap the rear. Oh boy, the only thing is, look at the front tires. We are heating them up.
Tires are starting to overheat, don't they?
Yeah, oh, I know. Trust me, I know. How? I know we're driving the car, but like, man, it's not cooling down. We might have to put this car on mediums. Look at that. Front tires are cooked already. Oh! See, that's what I like. When you downshift, when you essentially power downshift, and it locks the rear tires up and snaps it into the turn, that is my kind of driving right there. I wouldn't recommend it, though, in real cars, unless you're solely trying to win races and don't care about breaking things. That will break everything. Transmissions, diffs, you name it. But it works very well when it works. Oh, oh, too much, too much. Oh, we got up, nope, up. Newbie here. It's fun. It is a handful, I'll say that. All right, so let me put this car on harder tires. So, vehicle setup, tires and chassis. Damn it. Well, auto is what, medium, I believe. So right now we gotta solve the. Maybe these cars just want to be on, like, mediums. Hey, look at that. I got a warning for track limits. And not a penalty. So good. I love that! See, right there, that is perfect. Like I said, it breaks things in real life, but when it works phenomenal. So essentially, I'm going into that turn full bore in second gear. I let off throttle, I tap the brakes, and I slam it into first gear, and as I turn the wheel, it locks the tires up and snaps me into the turn. Same situation there, except I just missed the braking zone. But, like, when cars do that, it works so good. Especially on cars that understeer. I gotta learn to drive this car, clearly much better, but when it works well. You can't do any of this with a GT3 or a hypercar. You just go. I don't mean to be trashing those cars. They're not bad. I hate the hype. Nope. I grabbed neutral. What a noob. And that front tire's cooked again. Yeah, at least it lasted a little while longer. Actually, so hold on. We've got 2 warnings. Let's see what happens again. Alright, so what I've learned so far... Now, let's see. Took 3 times to get a penalty. Now, let's try this. I think it resets back to 3. Unless that was... Oh, no, that was a penalty. Maybe there's a time limit. Because when I was playing before, it took 3 times per penalty. And now I'm just stacking the penalties, so... Going to bed crying. Why are you crying? Oh, hold on. Let's abuse these tires. Second gear. I'm just trying things now. That was all part of the plan. Look at that perfect turn. Yeah, bet you guys can't duplicate that. You're not on my level. Okay. Oh, man. That's fun. That's a good time. See, like, you can't do this with those cars, though. Like, I'm by myself having a shit ton of fun on an empty track. Slade Rockwell, thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the sub. Alright, so... Let me see. MT900R. This car reminds me of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Anybody ever seen that movie? This is still, I think, one of my favorite cars to drive. The Capri's good. Let's see. The GT1 felt pretty good. I tried that one. I was actually quite impressed. I don't have a lot of time on that car in many sims, but this is the... No, I know, I get it. It's just a different driving style. It's just... Here's the thing. The skill gap isn't different. It's just... When a car is naturally easier to drive, the line becomes far more important. The braking zones, like you said, the precision. That all becomes far more important than the cars that are more reckless. But... when you can dial in the reckless cars to be precise, not from a mechanical standpoint, but from a driving standpoint, like, for example, I could get into a GT class right now, and I can go race 20 other average people with GT3s, and I'm probably not going to win it. I'm probably going to be quite average. In a group of average people, I will be obnoxiously average. Put me in the Group 5 car, and let's say that BMW, and put me into a group of 20 average peoples, I'm going to bully those 20 average people every time because I spend my time learning how to drive those reckless kinds of cars, you know? And that's everything, though. That's the skill gap. But it's a different kind of learning. Like, in a GT3 car, you're not coming into a turn thinking I'm going to turn this car by locking up the rear tires and getting it to jackknife the rear end and then power out of it. You're never going to do that. You're going to pick the right braking line, or the right line and braking zone, and you're going to figure out how to smoothly accelerate, because smooth is fast. Smooth usually is fast. But some cars, reckless is a little bit faster, as long as you have full control of that recklessness. Good morning, mate. What's important for me is to know is, are there online races with these cars? There was one I was on earlier today. I'd imagine there are now. Hello there, K Baron 5V. How's the game today? Game's phenomenal. Here's the thing. I'm one of the few people that says the game was great before the patch. But the patch 100% made things way better. For the people that hated the game, the patch is going to make it better for sure. Still have my finger hovering on the purchase, but haven't. This is my honest recommendation. Are you, and like we've had this conversation many times tonight so far, but are you a GT3 and hypercar person, or do you like the weirder cars, like the older Group C stuff? If you like the new modernized cars that every other sim has, wait. Don't buy it yet. Give it some time in the oven. But if you like different varying styles of driving and varying styles of cars, I don't think there's a better game right now, except for mods on maybe AC1. But there's mods, and you got to rely on mods, and there's be mods on this. So, just buying a game right now, I can tell you this. Here. There has been no 787B in the history of video games that's done it better than this game for the 787B. And if you like the 787B, this is my opinion. 2 days ago, when this game was getting drugged through the worst possible mud, I would spend $100 on this game to just race the 787B. I know I am not a normal person in that regard. I will pay money for experiences. You have to understand, I would go to the drag strip and spend $100 to watch someone break in front of me and me watch them clean the track for 3 hours. And then maybe make a good pass, but probably make a bad pass. But maybe make a good pass. And it lasts... In a car, 10 to 11 seconds. On a bike, 7 to 8 seconds. Cool. $100. Hopefully I did good. I spend $70 on this, and I can drive this car around this track or any other track and have a shit ton of fun indefinitely for all the rest of the time. I don't know if Rensport's better in GT3 because I value audio too much, and I think Rensport's audio is so god-awful I can't get into it. This car. Audio is a big part of why I like this car. Audio goes a long way with me. Thank you for the sub, Brian Heck. I can't see the rest of it. Heckja. This car is an example of why sound is the key to my heart. Oh, the feedback is so good! And this car's auto blip audio, when you use the paddles, listen to this. I literally want to use the H pattern to upshift and the paddle to downshift because of the auto blip. If you think this car doesn't sound good, you are not my people. That's all I'm saying. If you think any GT3 car in the history of anything ever sounds as good as this car, you are not my people. Sorry. That downshift audio, it does something special to me. Blame the wine. Let me test everybody's quick knowledge. And don't cheat and use Google. How many rotors does a 2.6 liter rotary have? Because this car is a 2.6 liter. And it's a rotary. How many rotors is that? Incorrect, James. That is correct, Steven. It is a 4-rotor. So, fun fact about rotaries, you cannot increase. There's no difference in varying rotor sizes. It's just one size rotor. And you can literally stack them like plates. So, RX-7s all out of the box were 2-rotor 1.3 liters. I could do this all day. I could literally Captain America this shit. Just all day. 787B solo laps. This here, what I am doing right now, was worth day one Project Motor Racing nonsense and $70. For me. Because I'm an idiot, but I'm also... Come on. Come on. Alright, I want you guys to rate these downshifts out of 10. 10 being the best, 1 being the worst. Ready? What would we rate those downshifts out of 10? Why are rotary engines so obsolete? Oiling issues. They eat oil. They're actually not obsolete. They were never obsolete. Essentially, they just didn't get pushed. So, like, you would compare a rotary engine, the greatest rotary engine right now that exists, to, like, the first combustion engine. They were a Generation 1. The RX-8 was technically a Generation 2, but it wasn't a whole lot different. But at the end of the day, if the rotary progressed like a standard piston engine. If the rotary was developed like a piston engine would, the world wouldn't have electric cars. We would have rotary engines. Rotaries are phenomenal. Let me see if I can find if the spec sheet on this actually tells me what the details are. How dare you, the chode? How dare you? How do they manage to ruin the sound of this car? How dare you? I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt in saying you're just trolling right now. Because I have spent countless times comparing this audio of this car to the real car recordings. And there is not a more pure comparison. I know he's just trolling. I know he's just trolling. But still. The Saber also sounds amazing too. But yeah. Hold on. Hold on. We're going to have a lot of fun right now, guys. Are you guys ready to have a lot of fun? Hold on. We're going to have some fun. All right. Which Aston Martin did you guys recommend I drive? I can't remember. The 2022 or the Evo, I guess. No, sorry. Not Evo. Does it have a year? Oh, 2024. 2024 or the 2022? In theory, shouldn't the 2024 be better? More technology, it's 2 years newer. Let me see if I can find it. 24? Okay, we'll do 24. Gotta go with the green because Aston Martin, duh. We gotta keep it authentic though. So I'm like 50% looking forward to this and 50% dreading it. The 50% looking forward to it is that, hey, I hope this car drives like a GT3 car and they fixed all the problems. The other part of me is that's not looking forward to it is that it's going to drive like a GT3 car and like every other GT3 car. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep ragging on these cars. They really are incredible feats of technology, but those incredible feats of technology make them boring. Well, why not? I've driven everything else. I've driven this track in this game more than anything else. So if anything, this is the track. I almost wanted to grab the H pattern by instinct. Oh my god, so fun. I want to see if I can hold this wide open. I probably can if I drove that line better, but yeah. Oh my god. You can tell I'm not used to these cars. They go where you point them. So, alright. God, now you're very excited. So, alright, what should I be looking for on the TC, by the way? So when I'm turning, TC is going to blink and remove my force feedback? Am I understanding that correctly? I'm trying to, like, look at the road and my TC. I'm sorry, there might be something, but I'm not seeing. On my end, I'm fine. I don't have any complaints about TC working the way it should or should not. Force feedback, here's the thing. I drove these cars, every one of them, by the way, pre-patch. The force feedback was dog shit. Absolute dog shit. It felt broken. This feels like normal force feedback for a GT car, or GT3 car, sorry. Let me see if I can get this line better. I gotta learn that line with these cars. Here's the thing though. This, for my experience with GT3 cars, this drives like a GT3 car. I have no complaints about this. Like, I wouldn't be like driving this and go, Project Motor Racing sucks. This car drives terrible. This car drives like a GT3 car to me. But again, I'm also not the guy. Someone like James Baldwin, he'll give you clearly a far better, you know. But like, this to me feels like what if I have never played this game before, but I played Gran Turismo, AMS2, AC. ACC is on its own little, like, I don't really like the way the cars feel in ACC. They feel too planted. I feel like I really have to suck to crash a car in ACC. There's no thrill to it. But this feels like, I'm not saying I don't like ACC. I very much like, in fact, I think ACC is the best simulator currently. Simulator. That doesn't mean fun. It just means simulator. Well, the car's in. This feels good. Like, and by good I mean the way it's supposed to. Pre-patch it didn't. I admit that 100%. GT3 cars sucked. About 12, no, not 12 hours ago. About 14 hours ago or so. So let's turn TC down. Let's go TC1. I really got to learn that line right there. I do not know that. It's weird. I can do that in a car that has no control and feel confident. I go into it with this, and I think the part that's messing with me is that the car is so planted and is so gripped that I just stay in the throttle way too long. I know the track well, OG's CC White. I don't know what to call you, but I know this track well. This is my first time ever taking a GT3 car around this track. All right. Okay, calm down. All right, now let's get in the throttle. OG? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't at all. Like I said many times, I am not the guy to take advice from when it comes to how to drive a GT3 car. Cars that are easy to drive, I lose interest in and don't learn how to perfect. But that's a me thing. I get it. I'm not the norm. But as someone who has every other sim, from a pure sim standpoint, this drives like GT3 cars in sims. I could absolutely get online and race this and practice and get good at it if I, wanted to. I don't feel like this is in any way broken from any standard of the way they should feel. All right, let's brake early. All right, braking. All right, let's turn TC up a little bit more. Let's go 3. Like, here's the thing. I'll use a racing line, a game's racing line, if it's a track that I truly, know nothing about, So, like, this track, I don't know this track well, but I've done enough laps on it where I have a general idea of what line to follow and stuff. But, it really just comes down to, when I'm switching, I like this track for its recklessness, which means, like you said, this is not a GT3 track. I like the reckless cars on this track. They really are fun on this, All right, how about this? Pick a track that you want me to take this car around. All right, look at your last turn, the last 2 laps in replay. They do have Lime Rock Park, yes. It's kind of like catching over here. So will the problem go away if I turn TC off? Let me ask you that. And what should the car do when I turn TC off? Outside of just spin out from too much throttle. Alright, TC's off, by the way. Well, it did what I expected it to do with no TC. Also that. I don't know what the... See, here's the problem. I don't know what the problem is. Like, what the car is supposed to be doing to identify what the car is supposed to be doing with TC on. Because, like, to me, turning TC off right there anyway did exactly what I expected it to do. Very, very minimal throttle control or throttle input is needed to navigate that safely. Let's try doing a lap with no TC. That's a sloppy line. Please ignore that. Alright, I'm going to hold this to the wood right now and see what happens. Car handles it, no problem. Brake now. Second. Roll into that throttle gently. First. Gently roll the throttle. Second. Pinned. So, I don't know how that stands from a line standpoint. I know I could definitely do that faster with TC on. And I'm sure I could do it faster with TC off as well, but from a first standpoint, driving that safely, increase throttle from there. Alright, so I'm just trying to read some comments here. Mind you, keep in mind, guys, I'm not trying to impress you with my driving skills. I'm trying to just drive these cars and talk to you and learn some things. So, these are those preference, yes. See, what I said earlier, OG, is that I typically, if I'm tryharding it, like I'm actually trying to be good and follow a line, win races, I prefer TC on, but always one or two, something along those lines, because I want to fail safe. I want to be the one in charge of the cars putting power down. But if I don't know if anybody here in chat has ever raced anything in real life, but there is a placebo effect that happens when someone's in front of you. And it can only happen when you see someone in front of you. It doesn't happen when they're behind you. So, if you're, let's just say, let's just dumb it down to straight line only. So, I know that I can only give so much throttle in a straight line at a certain speed before that tire breaks free and I start spinning. And once I start spinning, well, that's not good. You don't want to spin ever. So, I will manage my throttle with no assists far better when there's nobody around me. Or they're behind me, and I'm going and I can drive it smoothly the way you're supposed to. But the placebo effect that happens is that when someone's in front of you and they start pulling away from you, your natural reaction is more throttle. And most of the time, it makes you give it more throttle than you should give it. And you end up spinning or putting yourself in a bad situation. So in the case here, you can make solo passes till you're blue in the face and figure out how much throttle you need to put in. But the second there's a car in front of you that you're trying to catch, oops, I gave it a little too much throttle and now I'm facing the wall. Well, that's where TC1 and TC2 comes in to prevent that little bit of wiggle room to where you got a little too greedy and it'll pull a little power out and you'll have to snap the steering and save the car. So that's how I personally prefer my traction control. TC Max is super easy to drive. It's just slow, you know. But no TC, no real racing I shouldn't say in the history of racing, because once upon a time there was no traction control. Modern racing, Especially these cars. Nobody runs no TC. Professionals, nobody. It's just not a thing. But competition and people who haven't done any form of racing will convince you you're a pussy unless you race with no TC, which is ridiculous. Refuse to believe a couple patches in 2 days have transformed the driving. Well, sir, you think the 787B sounds terrible and ruined in this game, so I'm sorry, I don't trust your opinion. Do me a favor, the chode. What's 2 plus 2? If you give me the correct answer, I'll start to trust your opinion again. Let's see, so the more gentle you are on the pedals, the lower generally you can have to... Of course, I understand the concept of how it all works. I'm just doing random testing here. Okay, Chode, I can start to believe you trust your opinion. You're at least being honest. This TC is affecting the last portion of the exit right before straightening out. That's going to be one of those things where like someone like you would be able to identify it long before I could. For me, it's... And here's the thing. I feel like most people like me, or most people are like me, that are probably jumping into something like this, where they're not going to know that, you know? Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just ignorant, and there's a shit ton of people that will recognize something like that. But for me, if I'm looking at the road and I'm racing, and I have the TC, the higher the TC is, the more it stops the car from losing control. And the less it gives me control. That's just my opinion. So, if it's doing it artificially through force feedback or something, I'll leave that to the professionals to figure that one out, because I don't feel it personally. I trust you that you say it's there, but I don't personally feel it. I've got 6K iRating, but whether that's fair to believe, I don't know. Hey, maybe you do. I don't know. I'm sure as shit not spending the time to look it up. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that's cool. You just have horrible taste in sound of cars because the 787B sounds amazing in this game. And it, by the way, whether you like the sound of it in this game or not, that can be subjective. I can understand that. But it 1-for-1 sounds like the real 787B, because no game has ever captured it. And that was one of the biggest things I hyped about this game and why I was so invested into it, was because they nailed the 787B sound. And that car sounds brilliant in real life. Let's see. TC2 is about the norm level for me. Okay, so I'm right where I feel like I should be TC-wise. Mista 1982, it is remarkable that they fixed so much with a small update. I hope when VR is ready, it will be a strong competitor to AMS2. My thing is this. I think it was a fantastic day one release. If you eliminate the massive fucking bullet train of hype that came in months before the game released. That is what damned it so hard on day one. Because every other game, every other sim that I have played on day one, I'm sorry, has been dog water, has been trash. Day one, regardless of the state they're in right now, day one, awful. Awful. What does this game excel at? Fun. How can you say it's got enough? I won't even address that. It's got a lot going for it. It's got an incredible amount. If you care about GT3 and hypercars, it's nothing special. It's nothing special. But I don't care about those cars. So for me, TC2 is like TC8 when the feeling happens, though. Strange, man. Maybe. Better to release 25th of December. Here's the thing. I've said this multiple times earlier today, and I'll say it again. The way the AI feels now versus how it did last patch, it doesn't feel like they all of a sudden figured out how to make the AI not be completely abysmal. It really feels like this was the way the AI was originally, and someone tried to make an update They fat fingered a 1 instead of a 0. They zigged when they should have zagged. And they spent the past 2 days or 3 days or 4 days, whatever it was, looking for that zig where they were supposed to zag. And then they re-zagged it. And now it's back to the way it was. Because the way the AI improved wasn't a tweak. Unless it was foobarred at a coding level where they literally fat fingered. Because little fun fact about me, I tune motorcycles. And I can tell you that a tiny little mistake in the middle of, say, a map or something like that can completely ruin an entire experience. And it can happen as simple as, oops, I held a certain key for too long. This literally feels like they fixed an error, not they improved the AI. Because the way the AI improved from 1.5 to 1.501 feels like a completely different engine's AI, which tells me, again, they fixed a fat finger. My opinion. From someone who plays with laptops, that's what it feels like. Yeah. Have faith as with all the other Sims, would be surprised. Hate, apparently. I will say that. It is number 1 in hate. There is no Sim currently hated more than this one. So, for that, they get the biggest trophy possible. The older cars are amazing in this game. Absolutely amazing. Fortunately, I can't play flat anymore, so with motion and VR, there is no way back, so I have to wait. I get that. I play flat. I don't have motion or VR, and I'm content. But, like, I'm sure motion... I don't really care much for VR. Motion, I feel like I would hook, line, and sinker. The second I sit in a motion ring, I'm never going to look back. VR, I can turn away from, because I've been in VR. I played a lot of video games, and anytime I've played a video game in VR versus a video game on a flat screen... I prefer a single flat panel over triples or a curve for 99% of video games. So when it comes to certain things, I'm very basic, but I can almost guarantee that if I sit in the right finely tuned motion rig, I'm gonna spend a lot of friggin' money, and I don't want. That's why I'm avoiding it. I'm in North Carolina, by the way, and the next Sim Expo in May is in Charlotte, North Carolina, which I will be attending. I am worried. I'm gonna come out of there with future buyer's remorse and want to spend 10 grand on motion. I'm so worried about that. So I have to save all of my money right now to be prepared for that irrational decision from going to that expo. I owe nothing to PMR, just my opinion. Horrible launch is all. I actually don't think the launch was horrible. I think the hype is what made the launch horrible. I think the launch was actually great because I've had fun from the launch. But their hype is what killed their launch. I don't even think the money killed their launch. The hype paired with the money. Because at the end of the day, if you are honest about your advertisement, and even if you're charging a lot of money, like, okay, the game is $70, but it's launching in early access because there's lots of content, whatever the case is, figure your own reasons out. But this is the game, this is early access, this is the cost. People who buy it, if they got this game on day one, in my opinion, can't complain about the money because it was advertised properly. But solely the advertising being overhyped and overbaked, while the game itself was underbaked, that's where the problems happened. Why are you guys arguing about iRatings? You know what my iRating is? What is the I don't have a subscription to iRating? That's what I have. I have one motion rig DIY. I think the shitstorm is because Ian Bell promises... Ignore Ian Bell. Here's my thing. Every Tesla I have ever been in has been next level amazing. Phenomenal technology. It's over 9,000. Thank you, OG. Every Tesla I've ever been in has been amazing. I was recently in Florida a couple months ago. My buddy's auto drive Tesla was so insane. The level of aggression it has, I figured like auto drive would be like very laid back and cautious. I mean, it's cautious, it's not dangerous, but like you get where you got to get to. A slow driver does not slow a Tesla down. It will navigate its way around a bad driver. It's phenomenal. However, Elon Musk exists. I'm not a fan of Elon Musk. I won't say why. I don't give a shit. That's not the point of my stream. But the point is, I think Tesla's amazing. I don't think Elon Musk is amazing. I am able to separate the two completely. Why is Project Motor Racing and Ian Bell such a synonym? Ian Bell did not do a single line of code in Project Motor Racing. He just says stupid shit on Twitter. And he's a bald dude. That is literally the only things I know about Ian Bell. Is that he's bald and he says ignorant shit. The same way the people who coded this game and developed this game didn't market this game. Anyway. Well, here's the thing. Nervy, or Nervzy. He might have a 6,000 I rating. He might not. But at the end of the day, I'm judging him solely on his opinion of saying the 780B was ruined by this game's sound. When it is the most accurate I have ever heard a 787B ever be. So as far as I'm concerned, you're already 6 feet under to start the conversation. I don't know if he's 6K. Okay, as long as you were trolling, that's fine. I can accept that. Alright. I'm offended. Thank you for the sub. I missed it. Let me see if I can see it in Streamlabs. Sim for Fun VR has subscribed. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Very much appreciate that. Oh, I know this game has problems. I don't even care about the game. I won't defend the game. I'm having fun with the game, for sure. But I will die on the hill that the 787B in this game is the best 787B to ever be in the digital world. Period. Prove me wrong with another 787B in any other digital form besides the real thing. That's why I am quick to defend. Because I love that car in real life. Here's the thing. I think, fun fact, Forza Motorsport is a beautiful looking game right now. The 787B is in it. If I could burn Microsoft down for the audio that is the 787B, I would. That's how personal I take the audio of that damn car. Anyway. Ian fucking... I have no idea. That's the thing. Before this game, I had never heard his name. And I've heard of Project Cars. I have never heard of Ian Bell. It's always been strange to me how people, like, latch on to, like, certain things because of buzzwords. Ian Bell has become a buzzword. Alright. This is something I've done a lot of. I'm sorry for all the people that are watching me rant about random shit. But you're still here, so it's very easy to click away, so I guess you don't mind it. Have a good night, James Madden. Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate it. And yes, listen, it definitely has its share of problems. But, like, what they managed to fix in this first patch gives me lots of hope for the future. That's all I'm saying. For me, I truly, and I truly do not care about the cost of this game. I don't. The amount of fun that I'm having in the time... I've put in probably 24 hours of gameplay so far for $70. I look at it like, how much money do I make an hour? How much time have I put into this game? How much time did that cost me? Or how much money did that time cost me? I'm very much in the positive right now. And I'm continuing to go into the positive because I keep playing it. I'm having fun.
We had a good start. Remember to keep the nose clean. It's turn 1.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm going to do what I want. Alright, here we go. Also, I said I played with an engineer. Real quick. 2 nights ago, I played with an engineer of this game. I didn't believe him at first. Until the standing starts of the races. He would start behind me and be in front of me every single time. Like, it was bad. I was convinced he was hacking. But then I ended up beating him in the races. He's like, he spent a boatload of time in programming, and he knows how to launch the cars in this game. And I believe him. Because nobody on day 1 was doing that, except for him. Ian has I'm sure he has a coding background, but I guarantee you he did none of it in this game. Like, look at it like this. The foreman of a construction company knows how to work a shovel. But he does not touch a shovel. His lackeys do. Alright, let's go 100. I don't know. That was probably like 115. 100 was probably better. I'm just feeling it out. So far, in only 2 turns, that was a long braking zone, but I'm just learning braking here, playing around. Let's go 100. Yeah, TC2 feels a little loose right now. So let's put a little more heat in the tires. We'll go up to TC3. I do wish there was, like I said earlier, a checkbox or an assist to just put the tires at optimum or operating temperature where they're supposed to be for best traction the whole time. Just to experience the car in a sort of a raw, assisted state from a tire standpoint. Because you can turn off tire wear, but the tire temperatures still massively affect how the car handles. So I do wish they added that. For the sake of, hey, is this car broken at its core, or is it just because the tires are not warm yet? Because this doesn't feel bad right now, but it definitely feels like the tires could hook a little bit better. So we're on mediums. I'm going to try softs in a bit. All right, let's go 100. 100 was clearly... Oh, you know why? I forgot. I went 125 last time, and it was way too early, but I forgot it was a standing start, not a much higher mile an hour. So real quick, I'm going to go restart. I'm going to go back to softs, or go to softs, I should say. There is, but you have to do a race weekend. I'm in race weekend right now. Alright, so we're on soft tires now. Let's see how they feel compared to... Alright, so we're gonna do 100 now. I'm gonna attempt to try hard this a little bit here. So don't judge me, because I'm trying now. Alright, let's do 100 meters. Alright, 100 meters is clearly not enough there, so we learned that. Let's try 125 next go around. Do 50 here. I read chat and then I completely checked out of the braking zone. Hey, no matter what anybody says, streaming is hard. It's actually not hard, it's actually very easy, but racing while streaming is very hard. Let's go 100 meters. Alright, so let's reevaluate. I already forgot when I should stop. Who cares? I'm professional. That's what I tell myself when I go to bed every night. Let's go 125. That's probably more like 140, but... Alright, let's try a little early that time. I'm sorry, this car drives really good. Like, it's slow as balls, but it's good. Like, I would say, day one, this car drove like a bag of ass. I would say, now it drives like a solid GT3 car that might need a little bit of tweaking here and there to really, really dial it in. But this is fine. It's gonna take a GT3 purist to pick this car apart over every other sim, in my opinion. So, the PC guys, in my opinion, the PC guys can critique this car. They're allowed that right. Because they have real sims at their disposal that have dialed in GT3 cars. But PlayStation guys, you have Gran Turismo and a half-assed ACC. Because by the way, I have ACC on PC and PS5. They are not the same, I promise. ACC is like tenfold its performance, and I don't mean frame rate, I mean like everything. It's a half-assed version on PS5. I don't know what this game plays like on PS5, but if it plays like this, this is the game to play, in my opinion. Oh my god, that pulls you in. I'm sorry, but that feels good. Again, I am not a GT3 connoisseur. I don't need a, $900 medium rare steak with my GT3 and a Chianti. I get in my sim and I turn on my PC, or I turn on my PC first because it would be weird if it's not a remote control. And then I play the game. If I jumped into LMU right now, and then I jumped into ACC, and then I jumped into AMS2, and then I jumped into R Factor 2, and then I jumped into this and that, I would have a hard time. I would have to spend a lot of time per game, per car, per track, critiquing each car to separate them from best to worst. I'm not talking about 2 days ago. This car was booty 2 days ago. They all were. The GT3 was just like, you go down a smooth road in a straight line and your wheel's just like, oh, no force feedback, and then all of a sudden you'd be like, I can't even move the wheel that fast. But I'm talking like it would break your hands. Because you would like, oh, there's not a lot going on right here. I'm on a straight road, it's smooth. There's not a lot of transfer to the wheel. And then out of nowhere, it would break your knuckles. And nothing happened in the game. It was legitimately broken. Now it feels the way it should. I've changed nothing except the patch updated. That's it. This song ended perfectly to prove my point. Let me read some comments here. Tire wear is very reasonable. Almost everyone runs soft. Gotcha. Gravel is lethal here, which I get. I mean, I'm sorry. Have you all ever experienced what a tire does on concrete or tarmac or asphalt or cement or pavement versus dirt or gravel? Very different levels of traction. I'm okay with, like, in fact, I actually think they could make it more aggressive. Like, it pulls you in, but like, one thing I've found is that a lot, especially the grass, if I get pulled into the grass, I can turn the wheel out of the grass, but never let out of the throttle, and I'm really not losing speed. Like, I haven't lost grip yet. Now, if I get pulled in completely, then yes, it's all gonna go to shit. But as long as two of my tires are on the pavement, and I'm leaning towards it, I'm able to get back in and never lift off the throttle, but never lose control of my car. So I actually think they could be more aggressive with how it ruins the race for you. But for the sake of welcoming in newbies, I am content with the way it is. Am I doing any rank races? That is my plan is to dive hard into the ranking system of this game, but I'm waiting for some patches and I'm waiting for them to just dial the game in, because the last thing I want to do is try and jump into ranking and then the game die. There's nothing worse than... That's why I hate Call of Duty. Not to jump back in Call of Duty again, but I will invest so much time into, like, Black Ops and zombies and all this, unlocking every gun, leveling every gun, getting every piece of info in the zombies, all the Easter eggs, and then the next year that game is never played ever again. Ever again. I don't want that to be this. I want to have a game for years. Obviously there's iRacing, but I'm too much of a casual for iRacing. I'll be honest. I will eventually have an iRacing, and I will put in effort. But I don't want to live for iRacing. I want there to be a more casual substitute that gives me a lot of that try hard, but also 100% of the casual fun, you know? Oh yeah, I read that one. Slow is fast, faster driving ludicrous, which can be slow. I know. The expression, Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Exists for a reason. I fully understand it. Trust me, I get it. Is it possible to deactivate the actual virtual mirror? Yes, it is. Until they add radar, though, I want the mirror on. And I will make sure they add radar. It'll be my personal goal. It does drive good, I agree. It's just that TC issue. I can see how someone like you who recognizes it could be, like, wanting it to go away, because I, too, like, micromanage small issues like that. I just personally don't recognize it, so, like, it doesn't bother me. To me, the car feels great. We have real hardware on PC. We do. I mean, PS5 Pro is solid. In my opinion, like, I think Xbox is where there's a problem. I think Xbox is actually literally dying, and I think it's intentional from Microsoft. I hated PMR when it released. After today's update, it is now actually playable and going in the right direction. Agreed. Console is starving for good racing games. I agree, and this game is like... Here's the thing, and to go back to what Chode said earlier about what does this game do, this game bridges the gap that is PC and console sim racing crossplay. So, I am not a sim racer. I am not a GT3 racer. I am not a Le Mans racer. I am a guy who has done real racing in real life, who wants to get into a sim for the primary reason to have fun. And I have real friends in real life that want to do the same thing. Not all of them have a PC. Some have PCs. A lot of them have PlayStations. I had fun on Gran Turismo, but I knew it was time to grow up and get away from Gran Turismo. And I wanted to dive into the real stuff. And my friends on console want to do the same, but they're not ready to invest the money into a PC. And most people are like this. Most people playing video games are playing on game consoles. I'm a PC guy, but I have PS5 Pro for a reason. I want to be able to play with my friends who have PS5. This game, if they can twist the knobs, dial it in, tweak it, make it a 9 out of 10. If LMU or iRacing is a 10 and they make this a 9, but they cover 57 different categories and it's crossplay, there's its place. It now is doing something that no other sim or game can ever do, until Gran Turismo decides, all right, guys, we're not going to stay a Sony exclusive anymore. We're going to give Microsoft our access. They're the closest ones to it, because unfortunately I don't see the, like Assetto Corsa or ACC. I mean, I have it on PS5 and I have it on PS5 and I have it on PC, so I could play it with my PC friends and play it with my PS5 friends. I can't. It's not crossplay. That's ridiculous. You think I want to be playing it on console when I can play it on PC, especially that game, which is not the same game. So there is a massive audience where this game could still grab and still have a massive place in the industry. Although they need to replace their self-promoting Project Motor Racing signs with actual real advertisements. And this needs to not be Brianza. This needs to be Monza. And Canadian Motorsport Part needs to be whatever. I don't know what it's called. And has gravel, escape road, runoff road, damage model needs significant improvement. I agree there. Damage model needs significant improvement. But, like, for me, most of the racing I do, damage is off for the sake of, again, fun. But I get it. I get it. I can warrant that complaint. I can add radar with an overlay from SimHub. That's fine. But I'd rather they just code it. You know? Microsoft Xbox talking about making a PC Xbox, and now they're allowing PC to play Xbox games, and Xbox console is dying out. Here's the thing. I had an Xbox Series X in 2020. You know how much I paid? $500. Right now, to go buy the exact same game console, it's $800. What do you get? An extra terabyte of storage. But it's the same thing. I am convinced Microsoft is actively trying to kill the Xbox. Their decisions do not seem greedy. They seem intentional, and they know that they are perceived as greedy. My opinion. PS5 Pro is objectively a more powerful game console than Xbox Series X. Just like Xbox Series X is objectively a more powerful game console, albeit not by much, than the standard PS5. However, Xbox thinks they should charge $50 more for their physically hardware inferior console than PS5 Pro. Make that make any level of sense. All right, pick another car, guys. Don't make it a GT3. I'll let you guys pick. Shout out for the sub. Thank you. Man, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. John Erickson, thank you, sir. Much appreciated. GT1, I'll rock some GT1. So this is one thing I have to look more into. The CLK. Accurate audio sounds for the CLK. Because AMS2, Project Cars, and a lot of other games, this car sounds the same. It sounds a lot like the Sauber Mercedes. In this game, the Sauber Mercedes sounds like the Sauber Mercedes. This game sounds... Who we got now? We got another one. Damn, you guys are incredible. Hallie1410, thank you. Much appreciated. The CLK, in this game, it sounds phenomenal. It sounds so much better than every other CLK in every other sim. I just don't know if it's accurate. But it sounds so good. So good to the point that I have convinced myself that's the car I'm going to drive right now. What's a track I want to run? Man, Mount Panorama is like one of those tracks where, like, you got to be in the mood to try, but it's such a good try. Like, that's one of those tracks where you get rewarded so good for when you are trying. Let's do Sebring. Let's do Sebring. Sebring and this car to me go hand in hand. Let's get rid of this amazingly junk wheel for the old round ski. 31 grid, 100%. Oof. Let's go 75. I have not tried AI in this class since the patch, so let's try 75%. Because I will say, Group C, 75% kicks my ass, and I'm fairly decent at driving Group C cars. Group 5, I'm also fairly decent at driving Group 5 cars. I can pretty much clean the house with the 100% AI. So we're gonna see how GT1 feels with the AI. Also, Oliver Trinkle and Faith, thank you for the subs. It didn't notify me until I looked. Alright, we're gonna see if we... I don't think this car allows softs, but we're gonna see. I think it's just hards and wets. Hards and wets. Giggity. Yep, hards and wets. Alright, here we go. Starting P32.
Get ready, mate.
Oh, this car sounds like... Oh! By the way, expect this to be a chaos race. This is in every game I've ever played, Sebring with a full grid. If you think you're not going to get hit by the AI or real people, you're out of your mind. That's why I like this race. It's chaos. Oh! I'm sorry, Streets of Rage. If anybody's old enough to have played Streets of Rage, that is the audio of impacts in this game. It literally sounds like I'm fighting thugs in the street when the cars make contact. Oh, I thought I had that. I thought I had that cut, but I did not. Almost made it. Excuse me. That's fine. You only excelled me in the right direction. Just like that, back in last place. Oh! Oh! Saved it, sort of. Looked at chat. Like, how do you make this sound of this car and also make the impact sound? It really is like a what sound? Like, it's not even a bad car impact sound. It's just not a car impact sound. Like, if I was playing a game where I was punching someone in, like, the chest, like body shots, this is the sound I expect. Let's see if I can duplicate it. I just punched someone in the chest. I'm getting my ass kicked, aren't I? No 4K for PS5 Pro? I would imagine not. Nothing is 4K. Don't let anybody fool you. Nothing on console is actually 4K. It's all upscaled. Everything's upscaled. You're lucky if things are rendered at 1440p and upscaled to 4K. Like the resolution mode in Gran Turismo 7 on PS5 Pro, which is technically 60 FPS, is still a 1440p render upscaled to 4K. And Gran Turismo 7, I will say, is an insanely optimized game. It's incredible that game looks as good as it does on PS5. Polyphony is definitely putting in work on that side of things. There's no denying that. I am making no ground on the AI right now. Am I catching them at all? I haven't been looking at the time difference.
Brakes are overheating, mate.
Fuck! It's incredible how a money shift will just ruin it for you. That's the life of the H pattern. I meant to go into third, and I went into first. Oh well. I was in the zone right there, too. I was gonna make ground. Oh well. Sebring is like such a hard track, not because of its course, like the routing, but its terrain. It is the bumpiest track. $15. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, like, if nobody uses an H pattern and a round wheel on a lot of cars, especially like this, you owe it to yourself. It's it's harder, for sure. Way harder than just using paddles. But, oh, I just did it again. Luckily, I wasn't turning. Alright. Oh, I'm getting a workout in. And by the way, force feedback is kicking the shit out of me. And I love it. When I'm making my grunting faces, it's because I'm holding on. It could be not so performant because of the 3D trees. Many sims like AMS2 have 2D sprites which are rotating the direction you view. Agreed, exactly. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. That, don't get me wrong, there is some optimization that absolutely needs to happen. But at their core, this is a much, much deeper graphics engine. Like, there's a lot more going on here. It might not show to the naked eye right now to make people say AMS looks better, but that's only because rough edges. Dialed in, I have the feeling that this game, like, I can tell you, this patch fixed some visual bugs that I don't know if anybody else has seen, but they absolutely fixed a massive bug that might not have been a bug, but it might have been the way it was. Shadows. Shadows were awful in this game. Pre-patch. Pre-this patch. Awful. Shadows are so much better. It's not mentioned in the patch anywhere. Shadows got a massive buff. And all I've done is get better frames. 7 Hz tick rate ruins everything? I mean, sure. I've had nothing but phenomenal online experiences. But maybe you've had shitty ones. I'm not saying you haven't. Speaking of, let's try that. See what we got. What's going on in custom lobby life right now? Ooh. Oh, it's only one person. Alright, let's do this. Any of you guys out there right now, there's 43 people watching. If you are, and you're interested, I'm gonna make a lobby. Feel free. I think we're gonna do my favorite class to race. Let's go. Let's make it happen. Alright, well. I need to get into the custom livery life. It's gonna be a public lobby. I'm gonna turn... You know, I'm gonna leave penalties on now because they're actually not bad. They're decent now. So I'm gonna leave those on. I'm gonna turn off damage. Assists are forced on, so you can run whatever you want. I'm not gonna be that guy that says you have to run what I want to run because I'm a, you know, cult leader. Confirm. Summer hot. Maximum grip. Actually, no, let's do winter, but hot. I know it's silly. I've never run this track in the wintertime. Qualifying... We'll do some qualifying. 10 minutes is plenty. It's like a 1.5, not even minute lap. Duration will be... We'll do 5 lap races. Quick runs. If the car is H pattern, I tend to, if it's a sequential or an H pattern, I use it as an H pattern in real life. Or in the game, I mean, sorry. Alright, lobby's up. The day one patch. I mean, the thing is that I'm not going to go ahead and say that's not wrong, but I can tell, in my opinion, the day one patch didn't do anything. Today's patch did a lot. So, day one patches have always been kind of a joke. So, oh, we got a PC player and the super silhouette. Let's get some people. I want to get at least 4. I will say the trees and grass look fantastic in it. Like the grass especially. The grass is the best grass I've ever seen in a game. That's well, especially a car game. Alright, you know what? Oh, that's it. I'm locking him in on the Porsche. He's going Porsche. Lock in. Lock in. Ah, he went to Capri. That's fine. I got faith in my BMW skills. And for those guys still watching, thank you for being here. If you want to see more of these, there's that little subscribe and like button. Those are wildly appreciated. Vehicle setup. Screw it. Defaults. Alright, let's go. Let's go make some, let's see if I can beat this guy in qualies. Warm the tires up with my outlap, and then let's go for broke. I don't even know why I'm qualifying. Because it's just me and him. Even if I win qualifying, he's right behind me. Actually, Birdie Dastard. That name was definitely in here before. Oh yeah. Cold tires. This might have been a mistake picking wintertime. Oh yeah. God, I love driving this car. Alright, here we go. Quality time. Man. Wow. Whoo. Alright, this lap's junk. Wintertime makes this a lot harder to get some grip, that's for sure. I still got like another 30 degrees to get in the tires, so yeah, let's do this. Oh, never mind, we got TC on. I don't know if that's doing diddly dick for tire temps. Alright, let's try this again now. So my record with this car, I believe, is 121. Yes, I am doing open lobbies if you want to join. I gotta race Birdie Dastard first, but I am down. Yes, I'm doing open lobbies. Oh. I messed up by making this track winter. I cannot keep the tires warm. Alright, did I get him or not? I did. Alright. Try one more lap.
Final 5 minutes.
Tires got some heat in them now, so they're working. Alright, it's good enough. I had him until the last turn. I think I raced him yesterday. Or 2 days ago. Oh, is it gonna, See, this is the part we should be able to skip this. I don't think we can, though. Well, I guess I'll go back out. Oh, tires are ice cold again.
Hammer down now.
Warm nose tires up. I ain't killing anything except my transmission. Ah! Alright, here we go. Last quali. See if I can get him. Already off to a bad start. Oh. Oh. Is there really no way to skip? They have to add that. Because we're both out of the qualifying, like, actual lapping, so... I have to drive that car still. That's the, Capri. I haven't driven the Capri yet. How do you hide the wheel? It's very easy.
Checkered flag is out.
I'll show you, in a second.
Very fast guys out there, mate. P2 is awesome. We're in a good spot.
P2 is awesome. We're in a good spot. Yeah, we're in last. There's only 2 people. It's very easy to do. I just can't do it right this second. Alright, he's got me by, 1/10 of a second. Cockpit setup. Nope, sorry. Seat position, right here, steering wheel. There you go. Alright, let's get it. I don't know what he did at the start right there, but that didn't work out. I don't know what I did right there, but that didn't work out. Let's go, Birdie Dastard. And kick my ass in qualifying. Let's go. Pick it up.
Fastest lap.
That was a terrible turn right there. He's catching me. I need some go-go juice.
One more lap, keep focused.
Good race, Gertie. Birdie dastard. Still got best lap on me. But good job. Good race. Looks like that race was won literally at the start of the race. Oh. Alright, so open lobbies. Vizoric 96. I have no idea how to say that name. I'm sorry I'm butchering it. Oh, I kind of want to try the Capri, but I don't know. I don't know. I know it's decent, but I do like this BMW. Hard for me to break away. Open lobby, boys. Open lobby. Get in here. I got about a half hour left of streaming, and then I'm done. There we go. He's in. All right, before I ready it up. Anybody else out there? I feel like I should try another car. Porsche's rough. The Super Silhouette's cool, but it's not fast enough. Datsun, man, that's a lot of power. Man, the Porsche's 800. I'm playing with 600 with this thing. He's got a little less with that one. Man. I kind of want to try this car, but I know it's going to handle like a bag of ass because it's got a lot of power. 750 horsepower. Oh, it's also 400 pounds. I'm going to stick with what I know. All right. Looks like it's me and you this time. We lost Birdie. He's a pretty good driver so far. I don't know why he left. He might have got me this round. I literally got them all on the start of the race last time. All right, let's qualify.
Clear of pit lane.
Nope, nope. Well, that ain't the direction I want to go. Hey, Vezerick, or I'm just gonna call you Rick. I don't know how to say that. I know I'm butchering it. So, Rick96, are you in here? I mean, you're physically in here, but are you at your wheel or controller doing your thing? Busy doing my dishes. Alright, he completed a lap, so that's good. I am not on PS5, I am on PC. I have a PS5. And I could buy this game for PS5 for testing purposes, but I don't have a wheel that would work. Alright, you're up, Mr. Rick. Ah, I messed up.
5 minutes to go.
Oh well. Alright, I'll respond to chat. Rick, you keep on ripping and trying to break that time. To hide the wheel and go to cockpit setup, look down at the bottom of the screen, there is an option there. Yeah, I technically, I mean, I think he already saw, but I showed him. They fixed this yet? I haven't downloaded it yet in the event of returning. I mean, I would say yes, but I'm scared to say that. The way that this game has been being dragged through the mud, the game kicks ass. It's a lot of fun. I'm sorry. It's a lot of fun. What's going on there, Mr. I'm just gonna say Eric. I'm enjoying this game. Oh. What are the stats here? Actually, let's spectate them. Next driver. Let's give old Rick a spectate. Let's. Not to put you on the spot here, Rick, but you're up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you continue to lap. We got 2 minutes anyway. I actually think the GT3 cars are much improved in my limited testing. But that's limited testing. That is a badass car, isn't it? Look at that. Chop 2 seconds off your time. Good job. So, fun fact, when this game has a few more patches, I do plan on starting a league to race this game. Super Simo 79, I have not done any sim racing of any kind outside of a little bit of Gran Turismo on controller. I avidly stay away from pad use, unfortunately. Sim racing is some of the greatest thing I've done in the video game space, and then when I'm on a controller, I'd rather like just play anything else. That's just my honest opinion. Nice job, Rick. Nice job. I think, Rick, I'm gonna give you the brake, and I want to chase you. I feel like that's what I want to do right now. Most of the racing I've done in this, I have not gotten the chance to chase anybody down. So I think I'm gonna do that with you. Oh, what's right. Waiting for players to get to the grid.
Good luck, mate. You can do it.
Alright, Rick, I'm gonna give you the go. Or the break, or however you want to call it. All right, time to chase. Keep it together. Oh. Making me sweat. Oh. Got to do some defensive passing. That's my goal right now. My goal is to try and get in front of him with zero contact. Because punting someone off the track is lame. Ah, late braking. Shit. Can't drive like that. Cannot drive like that.
Fastest car in the session. Catching the leader. Continue to push hard and stay focused.
Oh man, I'm making too many mistakes. This is just poor driving on my part. I think I gave the win up. Nice driving, sir. Nice driving. Is the guy in the gamepad beating you? Because I just looked at chat. No, because I'm a scrub. Oh, come on. Though, if something didn't check me out, that just did. Hey, if anything, that should give all the console players with controllers some solid hopes right there. I just got dragged by a console player on a controller. Oh well. Alright, alright. No point in trying, I've got my ass kicked. So what I think of Project Motor Racing.
Track limit violation. Officials are aware.
There we go. Oh, hang on. Let's watch the AI try and turn around. See if it's better. Alright, it got there. It got there. Oh. Best lap 119. Nice. Good job. I don't think I've gone that fast yet. Good job. Oh, you're on a T590? Gotcha. Well, hey, look. You want to try some, different class of cars? I want to try some, Group C? Sweet, alright. I wish you could change classes without starting a new lobby, but unfortunately that is, not their way yet. Alright. Go back to summer. Keep them tires up to temp warmer, or quicker. 5 laps. 5 laps is a good one. Alright, lobby's up, Rick. Anybody else want to jump in? Now's the time. Ooh. The Nissan. Aww. I own the rights to the 787B. You can't use it. Alright. I don't know if anybody else is going to get in, so we'll just ready up. Alright. Oh. Oh, we got another sub. Who we got? I'm sorry, I have no idea how to say that. I don't even want to butcher it, but thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Alright.
Hammer down now.
God, we turn so much better now. Oh no!
Start your timed lap. Make it count.
That was pretty bad. He's got me on this lap because I'm actually gonna probably let me pass him so I don't, or let him pass me so I don't slow his lap down. Oh my God! Ah! I gotta get my 109. I'm way off the pace. Rick's in my head, God damn it! Alright, here we go. Let's try again. Somehow that didn't penalize me. It should, 100%. 100% that should have penalized me, but... I'm trying to figure out that corner with this car to be as aggressive as possible.
5 minutes remaining. Fine, go there, mate. Nice lap.
That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. I'm just... Well, how much time's left? Return to pit. Fuck it. Let's try it again. Question is this. That 100% was in third gear and is counted as neutral. The question is this. Do I succumb and go paddles? Or do I stick to the H pattern? What do I do? What is happening? Where is the turning? Is this me or the game? What's going on right now? Let's try paddles. Why does this keep fucking up my starts? Pardon my French. Yeah, this feels terrible with the paddles. Back to the H pattern. Fuck it, I'm going back to the pits. I need a break. Please try a race with a controller. Not gonna happen. Sorry. I don't even have a controller to use. I mean, I have Xbox and PlayStation controllers, but I'm just... I'm good. I have way too much money invested into an actual sim to go back to sitting on the couch. I know, I'm sorry, but... Oh. Ban that person? No. No. Oh. Where y'all from anyway? Because apparently you guys are watching, so you're up. It's 3 a.m. where I'm at, which is why I gotta get off here, but... What conclusion can I give? I think the game's fantastic.
It's awesome. We're in a good spot.
I think this game is absolutely fantastic. 109, look at that. Yeah, Rick's got my number today, boys. Good job, Rick. I just couldn't put a lap together. Alright, I'm not giving you the hit anymore. You've officially lost the rights to getting the hit.
Good luck, mate. You can do it.
Can't... Rick, are you there? What happened? I have, like, completely forgot how to drive through that sector right there with this car. Completely forgot. I think the BMW has corrupted me. Because that's bad. Come on! I forgot how to drive this car. I'm kind of bummed out by that, not gonna lie. I've fallen apart. Rick, you have officially done me in. I've succumbed to the pressure. Oh. Yeah, he's just driving away from me. Rick, you got mad skills, bro. What's that look like on camera? Quick! Rick, please tell me this looks awesome on camera. I'm still... Where am I? Hold on, hold on. Hold the phone. Can you see me on your end? I've escaped reality. I decided I didn't like losing to you anymore, so I just Thanos snapped away the reality. There's the track. We're gonna drive to the track. Hold on. We're getting to the track. Oh, nope, just kidding. We don't want to go to the track, apparently. We're getting there. I'm gonna fight the force feedback. I'm going the wrong way. I'm officially being warned by the track officials. It says I'm... So, is this the part where I just back out? Oh, this has already been recording. I just decided, since I had already foobarred the race and basically thrown in the towel to your superiority, that I was just gonna foobar it as fast as I could into the wall. And apparently... I've bridged myself into another dimension. I'm just gonna retire.
Got it, mate. P1.
Why does it say I got P1? I won because you got disqualified. Hey, what can I say, bro? If you're not first, you're last. I got DQ'd for driving the wrong way. Well, I didn't get DQ'd for going to the different dimension that I was in, so clearly you did something wrong. All right, we'll do one more race, but we're not gonna do that track because I will say I'm exhausted and I've beaten myself to death with that track. So I want to do... What do I want to do for a car? What do you want to do for cars? And don't you dare say GT3. If you say GT3, I'm just getting off. Shit. Oh man, that was ridiculous. NGT, all right. I don't know anything about this class, though, in terms of what's like a good car for Nordschleife action, so I'll try the BMW since in BMW I trust. I don't need to qualify. I'm not qualifying on the Nordschleife. We're just going to race. Because I'm tired. Lobby's up, sir. I don't have much hope for this class for me. So, you know what? I gotta put my try-hard wheel on. We get soft seat in here? We do. Alright. Never driven this car before. Don't beat me too bad. I'm still live. What the? What? What? Hold on. Is my wheel turned and I don't know about it? Son of a bitch. There we go. Do you want to start that one over, Rick, or? Oh, you're right there. Okay. I don't know why it says you're 29 seconds in front of me. I wish there was a horn. All right. Ready? I don't know how to start this, so just go. Just go. This car feels weird on force feedback. Whoa. This car feels very strange. This is rough. That just about broke my hands off. Hold on, hold that phone. Oh, if this car's gonna drive like this and break my hands, I need to have a round wheel on. Alright, here we go. I'll make chase on you, Rick, because I'm checked out for the most part, so I'll try chasing you. This car gives out weird force feedback. Is it me or is it this car, people? I will say, I'm not a fan of this BMW. It does not drive... I don't even know how to put it, honestly. It just drives weird. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. What is this I'm getting? What is this feedback I'm getting? Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like this car. It does not drive well at all. Look at this! What is this car? Holy shit, this thing makes it look like I've never driven down the Nordschleife before. Is this car bad? Dude, I'm literally not trying to, like, be this erratic when I drive. All I'm doing is hitting the brakes, and the ass just comes out. This is a rough feeling car. So I've driven the Viper, and I've driven, I believe, that the car that he has right there. Dude, this is fucking awful. Look at this. Let's see how this car handles a carousel. I have no confidence in it. What the Actually, it wasn't that bad in the carousel. Ironically. It's fine in the carousel, but I can't watch. Watch. I don't trust the ass to not swing out in a second here. Let's see. Downshift. There's the ass. It... Dude, this car! I have no idea how to drive. How I'm supposed to drive this car. Look at this. It feels like there's marbles in the steering rack. I don't even care. I'm just driving over the grass at this point. It feels the same to me.
Officials flag a track limit violation.
I'm done. I would switch cars. Like, I have to retire. That car is dog shit. That car feels terrible. Am I the only one who thinks that? or is that just a me sucking thing? Because, like, the way that car feels from a handling standpoint, the way the force feedback feels, that car feels, like, terrible. That car feels like... I was checked out of driving that car from turn 1. I don't know what that was. The whole time, it feels literally like I'm driving on marbles or like gravel or rocks or something. I don't know. That was pretty rough. Let's do that again, Rick. I can't do that car though. That car isn't it for me. That was bad. That was a rough experience. Not a fan of that thing. All right, let's do something that's I at least have driven before, because first time experience there, that was driver's remorse. I haven't seen a downforce adjustment. There is a brake bias, which I'm sure that car needs a brake bias adjustment, but that really did feel terrible. Like, I've driven a lot of cars in this, and I haven't driven that one yet. That one felt bad. I don't know what that was about. Let's try these guys out. Hey, Rick, rejoin the lobby here. I can't do... I'm sorry. That car was bad. You ever drive a car that feels so poorly you just immediately stop caring and you just start intentionally trying to drive the car recklessly because it feels the same? That was what that was. Oh... At least this car I've driven before many a times, and I like driving this car. If I crash this car, it's on me. So. Ooh, GT1. I like the GT1. That car is definitely good. I honestly think the GT1 might be a little bit better than the CLK. But I like the CLK and have more time on it. But the GT1 feels pretty solid. Feels a lot more planted in the tail. Rick, have you driven that BMW that I just drove? Mind you, that was default settings on the force feedback for that car, but that car felt really bad. The only thing I did was put softs on it. But the ass wanted to chase with the slightest bit of turn. I don't think we can get softs. I think I do this every time. Hards, wet, yeah. That's fine. Okay. Wish you would have warned me, because that was a bad experience right there. I'm gonna do the paddles here because I'm exhausted, so no H pattern for me. Alright, let's at least try and have a somewhat decent race here. What the fuck? I rolled backwards! It's just destined. We're destined for me to not have a decent ending to my stream, so... whatever at this point. False start is rolling backwards. I think TC is hurting me too much in this car. Try 1. So I'm probably going to regret that decision, but it is what it is. Oh. God damn it. I've checked out, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Not passing you like that. Keep on going. No, no, keep going, keep going. Jesus. Oh, shit. Thanks for the bump. Appreciate it. I'm freaking tired right now. It's oh, we got a last minute sub though. It's a good sound. Thank you, Gika. I have no idea how to say that. Oh my god. No, no! I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't care.
Track limit violation detected by officials.
Good job, Rick. I'm sorry, bud, but I'm checked out. You're just gonna keep running over me worse and worse as the night goes on. Where are you from and what time is it? Hmm. 9:30 a.m. here in the Netherlands. Ah. Nice. Post a link to your stream in the chat if you don't mind. Or are you on Twitch? It sucks because I want to keep racing, but I'm exhausted and I'm not going to get better. I'm only going to get worse and worse because I need to get off and go to bed. It's 3:30 a.m. here. But I want to keep racing because I love this game. Except for that BMW. That thing sucked. That was bad. I put up another lobby if you want to try again. I can't make any promises that I'm going to drive any better. Actually, you know, hold on. I'm going to turn off penalties because I don't know what that rolling start penalty was. I literally rolled backwards and it gave me a false start penalty. Alright, anybody watching right now who's on and wants to jump in my lobby and kick my ass? I'm on about 30% battery right now. Have to be a mod or something? Gotcha. Do you have Discord? Ugh, damn. What's your name on Discord? Hold on. I gotta leave this Project Motor Racing Discord. It's like pure cancer.
The pot party, the trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying.
Same as your YouTube name? Alright, I'll see if I can add you after this race. Good morning from Holland. You've chosen to race the man, the myth, the legend, Rick the Ring King. Man, Nick, you got nicknames? I mean, Rick, you got nicknames? I was kicking my ass all night, so... Alright, I'm gonna get my redemption, don't you worry. Well, not in this race. I'm done for the night. I'm basically here to continue to get bullied. But I'm too tired to say no to a challenge. Yeah, I have a lot of time on the Nordschleife too. You never know it the way I've been driving, but... Never know it. Whoa, what the fudge pack? Oof. I think our third is checked out. Whoa, whoa, we just got some air. Almost pulled a Jan Martin bar right there. Oh shit. And no one saw it. All right. Where's our other guy? Is he even racing? I need a break from Rick. I'm having a rough time tonight. Let's chase this guy down. Oh, I guess not. And this car feels like a boat on this track, I'll say that. I mean, I'm sure all the GTOs do, but still. Holy. My God. This car is kicking my ass. Fucking force feedback, man. 18 Newton meters at full force. Some cars. Holy. Dude. Late night at work. How's the game coming along? It's coming along solid. I have completely lost any level of edge I would have in racing. But no, the game feels great. The patch today was solid. Oh, I just need to accept it. I'm too tired to race. I want to keep racing though, but I don't want to stop. This car just does not fucking stop. I gotta experiment with cars in this game for the Nordschleife and figure out which car I like for each class, because this car is not my style for this track. It's just too nose heavy and ass slidey. The ass slidey I'm okay with, but I can't have both. I can have one or the other. It understeers like crazy, but it also oversteers like crazy. Look at, just rip. I gotta lower the force feedback if I want to keep driving this car in this track. It literally rips the wheel out of my hands. Holy shit. To the point where, like, I'm hurting my shoulders. Let this other straggler pass. You know what? I'm gonna abandon the H pattern for now, because having to take one hand off the wheel to shift, it is kicking my ass with this wheel. Oh shit. Alright, I guess you just kick his chase or whatever. Here, take your lane. I don't want to be in the grass though. I literally, this. My bad. This is some grade A driving right here. What do you say, Chad? Do I call it? I am obviously making a fool of myself from a racing standpoint, so that sucks because I want to keep driving, but I don't see me improving. Not tonight. Let me add you to Discord here. Copy. Let's see. Yeah, I've done some more Mosport. I've been on for about, yeah, a little too long. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open right now. But yeah, I spent most of the time on that. I was just going over a lot of things tonight. I can't even figure out how to add him into Discord. That's where my head's at right now. Here we go. Add friends. Alright, I sent you a friend request there, sir. Fonzie, yes, the game is very much improved. Rick, I sent you a friend request on Discord. I'll add you to my server. And then I'm probably going to bed. Oh, man. Yes, the game is vastly improved. It feels great. I'm having a real good time with it. Real good time. Any Busa updates? Nah, thing is a dust collector in the garage. 270 horsepower of parked. Yeah, link your stream in the Discord, Rick. Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you. That being said, though, I'm pretty sure I'm parked for the night. I am exhausted. I got nothing left in the tank. I ran her dry. Are you having to purchase more cars or tracks in the game? No. I mean, I have the DLC or whatever the year one pack is that I pre-ordered with the game originally. But, no. Alright, so I'm off for the weekend, obviously. I'll be back up here Monday morning, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And if this game carries momentum and keeps me wanting to play, then I'm going to stream twice a day, like I have been. But we'll see. I'm quickly running out of gas, though, on the late night ones. So, yeah, I would say wait till after the holidays. There'll be more patches. Today's patch went a long way. But anyway, Tim, Rick, anybody else is still watching? I appreciate you guys being here. Rick, I appreciate you kicking my ass tonight. I'm coming for redemption, though. We got to link back up again. But in the meantime, I will be back on at 10 a.m. Monday morning, Eastern Standard Time. Until then, thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it. And thanks for the subs. And thanks for the likes. And if you want a sub, not too late. Okay, bye.